Edward Bonas, turn your video on.
Ooh, came through here.
Maybe doesn't want it on.
Do you see Peter yet?
No.
No.
Okay.
There you go. I see you.
Hello.
Okay.
How are we
Getting off
doing?
the phone.
Okay, yes, of course. I gotta find my cheat sheets. Give me a second, folks.
Rich McNeil, turn your video on. Maybe Stacy too?
Here. Ah. All right, we're ready to rock and roll. I think this is the amended agenda. Are we all set, folks? Thank you for your patience. Was that a yes? All set to call to order?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Peter Burnett. I am the chair of the Laconia Planning Board. As chair of the board, due to the COVID-19 coronavirus and in accordance with the Governor Sununu's emergency order number 12, this board is authorized to meet electronically, so I will call the meeting to order. There is no physical location to observe and listen to this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the emergency order. However, in accordance with the emergency order, this is to confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone with additional access possibilities by video or other electronic means. Tonight, we are utilizing the Zoom platform for this meeting, where all members of the board will have the ability to communicate amongst themselves, and the public will have access to watch the live YouTube video. And that's located at https://www.youtube.com/Laconia NH, all one word. So just go to YouTube and search Laconia NH. It should come up. You can listen to this meeting through or by dialing the following phone number if you just want audio, and that is 312-626-6799 or 646-558-8656, or participate with the Zoom app. The webinar ID on Zoom is 878-8164-9474. Again, 878-8164-9474. And the password is 159490. We are also providing public notice of the necessary information needed for the accessing the meeting. In addition to what I just read, we previously gave notice to the public of how to access the meeting using Zoom, and instructions are provided on the City of Laconia's website. Providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there is a problem with access is also required. So if anybody has a problem with access to this public meeting, please alert us immediately during the meeting by calling 524-3877 extension 249, or send an email to planning@laconianh.gov. Though that email and that phone number are monitored by staff during the meeting. If by any chance we are notified that the public has lost access to the meeting pursuant to the governor's order, we will have to adjourn the meeting immediately. So let's also have to note that pursuant to the governor's executive orders, that all votes taken during this meeting have to be done by a roll call vote rather than a show of hands or saying aye, as we usually do. So with that being said, we'll start the meeting with the roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, we request that they also state whether there is anyone in the room with them during the meeting, which is a requirement under
Correct.
RSA
It won't be only the board.
right to know law. Roll call, please.
Charlie St. Clair,
Okay,
Here.
thank you.
Bruce Genie,
Present.
Sarah Jenna,
Here.
Jewel Fox,
Here, and I'm alone.
Kirk Viadi,
I'm remote and I'm alone.
Edward Bonas,
Here and I'm alone.
Stacy Susie,
Alone and home.
Rich McNeil,
Here and alone.
Brett Bellevue,
Remote and alone.
Mr. Chair, I will note that you have 10 members here tonight, so you'll have to pick one of the alternates to be part of the,
May we have a
Mhm.
volunteer from the alternates? Sensing none. Who are our alternates? Brett and Stacy?
correct.
Okay, Brett then. I would seat Brett. He raised his hand first. And he'll be seated as a full member. Remember, the alternates can participate in the discussions and all that. They just can't vote. And we appreciate you attending so that you can see the intricacies of this well-oiled machine known as the Laconia Planning Board. All right, let me find my other sheet now. Just for the record, the recording secretary this evening is our wonderful administrative person from the planning department, Kalina Graham. Also in attendance is planning director Dean Trefethan, and our Zoom host assistant, that's a great title for you, by the way, Robert, is our planner, Rob Mora. You should have all received copies of the minutes from the previous meeting. Was there any discussion regarding that? Any additions or corrections that anyone sees? Sensing none, I would accept a motion to accept these minutes. Would someone care to make such a motion?
I'd make a motion, Edwin Bonas speaking, that we accept the minutes of September 2020.
We have a motion from the vice chair. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
The motion by Mr. Bellevue. Is there any discussion on this motion? Sensing none, all those in favor? Oh, sorry. Roll call, please, Kalina.
Bruce Genie,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Viadi,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bellevue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then the motion carries and the minutes are accepted from the previous meeting, and thank you all. We're moving ahead. There are no presentations, I believe, this evening. We have an extension before us. Public input's not taken generally during extension requests. These are requests for extensions of previous conditional approvals that this board may have made. The first one is on the agenda as 7.1. It's PL 2010-0010 SP Scenic Road. It's 63 to 99 Fletcher Lane, otherwise known as The Lodges. It's a request to extend the approval to construct 3 structures within a 72 residential condominium unit development. Could we have the applicant state for the record, the reason for the extension request, please?
Good evening, Chris Dupree on behalf of the applicant. As outlined in our application for extension, we're continuing to work to try to bring this project to fruition with the state of affairs in the world today. I think like many people, we put all projects across the company, which is an international company, on hold until we kind of saw what was going to happen. We've not made any physical progress since my last appearance, other than we have been to the zoning board, and that the zoning approvals have been extended through, I believe, January of next year. We've made a tremendous investment in this project to date, short of actually putting a shovel in the ground up on the site. In terms of the infrastructure development, as well as, all of the investment in the planning and architecture and design and site plan and all of the approval process. And, we're still very interested in trying to get this project off the ground.
Okay, so your prospects are good, provided you get this extension. That's all we really need to hear, I guess.
I think so, yes.
Okay, well, that's good. What does staff recommend regarding this extension request?
Given the circumstances, you would have no objections to the extension.
Do any members of the board have questions for the applicant or for Director Trefethan on this matter?
Ed Bonas, I have a question for you, Chris. Chris, how many extensions is this so far?
I think that this will be number 9.
And these extensions are all 2 years, I believe, or a year?
1 year.
1
So-
year.
1 year.
This project of yours has been on hold for 9 years, and we are in the hottest real estate market we've had in years.
Yep.
So I'm sort of curious to what the problem is.
Sure. It wasn't, I would say at the outset, it wasn't so much of a problem as it was, over time, we acquired different parcels along Scenic Road and just did different projects along the way before getting to this one. Most notably was the project that we call the Bluegill Lodge, that is the one building of these that we developed on a different parcel. And, we wanted to really kind of test the market and see how that went. And quite frankly, the absorption of that building was slower than anticipated. Now given the uptick in the market, we're down really to 1 unit left in that building. And, had sales gone quicker, we would have dove into this, much sooner. And, it's a challenging site. It's not an easy one to develop. So we've been wrestling with costs. And now I think a couple of weeks ago, I was seeing Dean and Rob or someplace along the way, and was, commenting about the irony of, how great the real estate market is and how crazy the construction market is because of the pricing that's gone, just absolutely off the charts. So, we're still, that's really the monkey on the back that we're trying to wrestle with now.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I appreciate the answer.
My pleasure.
Are these the properties on the lake side or across the street?
Across the street, it's the mid-rise building on the west side of the road.
There was quite a bit of blasting required, I believe, to do the site work, right? It was
There
ledge,
was, yeah,
as was the property across the street.
yes, yeah, the old
These are-
Look-Off Rock
but-
Motel.
But this development is Lake View, right? Big time?
Tremendous lake views.
Yeah,
You
you
know-
can see the whole Broads from up there.
Yeah,
Used to
we
be,
feel that was one of the reasons that the first building didn't sell as quickly as we would have liked.
That's the former site across the street anyway, the Look-Off Rock Motel, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
In the years, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, are there any other questions for the applicant or for the staff? All right, sensing none, the matter pending is this request for extension here. Would someone care to make a motion regarding that?
I'll go ahead and make a motion that we approve the extension of PL 2010-0010 SP Scenic Road until November 3rd of 2021.
There's a motion made by Mr. Bellevue. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Jenna. Any further discussion on the motion? Well, sensing none, then I will call for a vote.
Hang on just a second, Peter,
Oh, okay.
please. Could we amend that date to be October 5th, 2021? It's a one-year extension.
Is the maker of the motion and the second in agreement with the amendment?
Yes, I agree to that. I was just going off of the extension request dates, but we will make that till October 5th, 2021.
Right, and a glorious day that will be.
I believe the current extension expires in November of this year. So that's why I put November of 2021.
Yes, I understand that, but it would be a year from the action of the board, so.
Okay.
You probably were wise to anticipate it, however.
The applicant is correct,
The applicant is correct.
yes, but it would be November 3rd.
Okay,
So I withdraw the amendment to my motion and revert to the initial motion that the extension be until November 3rd, 2021.
which poses an incredibly complicated question to the second. Ms. Jenna, what do you think?
Perfect.
Perfect, it is. Sensing that there will be no further discussion on this motion and hopeful indeed that that's true, would someone like to call the roll, please?
Sure. Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biati,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bonas,
Ed?
Edwin,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Peter Burnett,
Yes,
Brett Bellevue.
Yes.
the motion carries. Thank you very
Mike
much.
Delavecchia.
Oh, I'm sorry. is
I
Mike
agree,
on?
yes.
Hi. Sorry, Mike.
That's not
I believe we still have a unanimous vote. And therefore, the motion carries. I wish you luck, sir, with the market as it is. I think the vice chair's comments are wise.
Thank you.
All deliberate haste. Thank you. All right. I don't see any other requests for extensions. We do have a public hearing coming up regarding the Tower Hill Tavern. This was continued from last meeting. For the record, that's 8.1 on the agenda. The docket number is PL 2013-0100 SB amended, and that's property located at 264 Lakeside Avenue, Tower Hill Tavern. And it's a request to amend the original approval to allow for indoor live music and DJs until close at 1 a.m. So I think the way we left it was the applicant was going to secure some additional information for us regarding the issue of compliance with the prior conditional approval and his plans to bring the property into compliance so that his approval, his request would be subject to approval by the board. So with no further ado, I would love to hear from Mr. Santagate. Good evening, sir.
Hi, how are you?
I am not bad for an old man. How are
Excellent.
you?
Doing well.
Thanks. So what's up on the hill, man?
Everything's going great. It's been
Yeah.
a kind of a busy summer. I've been working on the upstairs. I got it insulated already.
I heard that.
Working on some heating, HVAC.
Yep. Tell us about the documents we received just today. I figured you probably want to talk about that.
Well, I think you were concerned with the windows and the doors being shut while the music is playing.
Mhm.
So I'm going to take my office out of the upstairs and make that a sound insulated double door, so people can go out into the room and then go out separate doors to get out onto the porch.
Mr. Mora, do you have the ability to put these documents up and share them so that the board will know and we get them into the record?
Working on it.
He's
Working on it right now.
One was, if I recall, a letter from council, and another was a letter from someone who had acted as a consultant in the original approval regarding the soundproofing. Am I correct?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was right about something today then, apparently. All right, so what are we looking at here? Can you see it, Mr. Santagate?
Yes, I can. Where the green circle is where the office is right now. I'm
Yeah.
gonna take the office out and put two doors in there. So if people want to go outside, they have to go into that office first and then out the
So
other
you're gonna
door.
make use of existing, an existing space in the existing doors, and now the doors.
Exactly. I'm just gonna add one door to the outside.
All right, so these are gonna be up to code, right, as far as, because they'll also be considered emergency.
Absolutely. Yeah, that'll all be checked out before it gets approved to
Okay.
use.
Now, I see, is this a new plan, or was this from the original application?
This is probably a new one that I made, but it's pretty much the same footprint as before.
Okay, and I see, if I see correctly, you're gonna have a drink rail and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables on the deck as well?
Yeah, that's basically out there already.
All right, and that would obviously be for seasonal use.
Yes.
Let me see. All right, what else do we have? Oh, first of all, do any board members have any questions about this plan that we're looking at? It basically is a floor plan that indicates a change that they're contemplating to create a air/sound lock. All right, no questions. What else do we have to look at for Mr. Santagate this evening? Am I pronouncing your name correctly, sir?
You are. You are.
All right. Do
We have a letter from the sound engineer, or an email, I should say.
an email from the sound engineer? I thought I saw something on legal letterhead. Let me turn around.
We have one of those as well, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay. All right, now everyone tilt their head. Oh, here we go. I know. Don't be funny, Peter. Oh, I'm trying to hit the Zoom button and it's not working because it's not on my computer. All right, here we go. So who's Eric Reuter, please?
Eric is a sound engineer,
All right.
acoustic sound
And,
engineer, yeah.
Could you explain how it is that he sent Dean this email on October?
I requested his help to come up and look at what I was doing up there. And he came and spent a couple hours with me looking over my properties.
Okay. And for the express purpose of noise abatement suggestions and things like that,
Yes.
is he currently under contract with you to supervise the work?
No,
All right. Would you be amenable to that?
no, it's fine with me.
All right. And then it ends with he was planning to join the Zoom meeting in case there were any questions. Is he with you this evening?
I hope so. I do not know.
I am here. This is Eric.
Excellent.
Hi, Eric. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks.
So you were aware of the board's questions to Mr. Santagate from last week about sound abatement based upon the noise complaints from abutters?
Yes, I went up and visited the site last Tuesday, I believe, and kind of got a tour. My history of involvement with this is that in 2010 or 2011, I was hired by the planning board or the planning department on behalf of the planning board to review the original drawings. And I generated several reports at that time. I did some modeling of what we expected the sound levels to be in the neighborhood around the buildings, particularly up the hill.
Yep.
I haven't been involved since. I've never done any, I don't believe there was any compliance testing done or anything like that. But when I visited the site, it was clear that there had been upgrades to the, to the architecture, insulation of the roof, and additional structures built around the windows on that backside. I haven't had time to do any kind of follow-up modeling to try to predict what what benefit those upgrades would provide. But Anthony went over the documents that you were just looking at here, his proposal to create a sort of sound lock there with 2 doors to prevent that direct line of sight through the existing glass doors. And that plan certainly seems appropriate to me. And I'll be happy to work with him to make sure that everything gets sealed up properly and, that the final design is appropriate.
Not to, excuse me, challenge you in any way, but what are your credentials in this area?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm an acoustical consultant, and I work in noise control primarily, environmental noise and architectural acoustics.
Are you routinely involved in making recommendations to contractors and architects, things like that?
Yes, yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this. You were a contractor for the city back in the original application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you generate some sort of a written report?
Yeah, there were 4 reports generated at that time, beginning in, I guess I was off by a year, beginning in August of 2012.
Yes.
The most recent one was January of 2013.
I think the question that comes to mind then is, are you at this point, having visited the site, are you satisfied that, well, were the conditions placed on the original approval based at least in part upon your recommendations?
That's my understanding. I presented my work in person to the board at that time. It's been long enough now that I don't remember exactly what the conditions of approval were, but they were certainly based on the work that I did on behalf of the planning board at that time.
Okay, so you wouldn't be able to form an opinion as to whether or not they were ever complied with in the interim?
No, I haven't been involved since January of 2013.
Okay, well, welcome back. I think your
Thank you.
timing is perfect here. Were there any other any questions? I'm sorry, I'm kind of dominating things here. Does anyone have any questions for either Mr. Santagate or Mr. Reuter at this point?
I do.
Okay, Jewel.
Yes. The drawing that we were looking at, what does that have, what is that in relation to the outdoor stage or stages? Is that the same or is that a different,
Totally different.
It's
totally
my
different? How far apart is that outdoor deck from the outdoor stages?
About one stage is about 100 feet and the other one's about 100 yards.
So the two outdoor stages are on either side of your building?
One behind and the other one's to the north.
And are there concerts going on? Is there live music going on at the same time at those stages?
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay, so I experienced that and found it, I mean, if you want to talk about a acoustic consultant, listening to two bands play loudly different music at the same time is a really hard thing to listen to. Are you planning to continue to have two outdoor stages with live music, having music at the same time going forward?
The one that's about 100 yards away, that'll be every weekend in the summer and the spring and fall. The other one is mainly for festivals that I put on.
But there will be times when they're playing at the same time.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say that anybody in the vicinity of that would have a really hard time listening to that. And I'm not sure how this fits into what you're proposing today, but it was.
Today I'm proposing the upstairs at Tower Hill staying open till 1 o'clock.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. I guess I was just asking if the outdoor portion of what we saw had anything to do with those two stages. So maybe this has little to do with what you're proposing today, but
Right.
Right. Surprising thing to experience.
Right, I am working on the other outdoor stage. I took Eric over there, Mr. Reuter. And we talked about it and he gave me some suggestions about some outdoor panels to put up, but I just can't do everything all at the same time. I'm getting there.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Those are good questions. The stages are adjacent to, but not part of the parcel that we're looking at right now. And it's my understanding that the outdoor stages are, you have a shut-off time?
Yeah.
It's
9 during the
earlier
week,
than
10 on the
one-
weekends.
No.
10 on Friday and Saturdays, and 9 during the week.
There you go. You stand corrected. All right. Are there any other questions for the Mr. Reuter or for the applicant at this point?
I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Anthony, just actually could be for Rob too. Have any drawings been done yet for that that vestibule area, the 2 double doors? Have we seen any drawings yet?
I don't know if you've seen them, but I have made them there. They do exist.
Okay. I don't know if Rob, I'm just thinking, has Deputy Raffo seen them yet, or would they have
Yeah, I
gone through
sent
them yet?
everything. He's got all the plans.
Okay.
Deputy
right.
Rocco is your fire safety officer, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct. I just want to make sure he's seen something that I don't see the stuff he sees. It goes right to him. The other thing, have you figured out anything about a fire protection engineer or anybody that can certify on that, on the foam insulation that you've done yet?
I was hoping my acoustic engineer could do that. We'll see.
Well, that was why, seeing as he's here, that would be my follow-up question. I don't know, Mr. Reuter, do you have any certifications or specialty with certifying that as the insulation that was used as any fire safety certification to that?
No, my expertise is strictly acoustical.
Should we ask the applicant to provide you, chief, with the materials, the number, aren't all the materials?
Yeah,
Yeah, but-
he's working on that now. I just want to make sure we don't miss that big piece of it before we
That is
start
a
to
big
sign off on it.
Yeah.
That's all.
That, I think everyone,
And Mr. Santagate knows that. We've been working closely with him. I just want to make sure we don't miss that.
Yep. Absolutely. Any other questions at this point?
I- Question, if I might.
Yes, Councilman.
I'm curious about the 7 years or 10 years that have lapsed and things that were supposed to have done for your original approval,
Right.
not having gotten done. And I, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to me you're sort of alluding to you can't do everything at once now.
Well, I had
How
some,
much longer are we gonna have to wait for all of the requirements to be met? And specifically, the one that concerns me is the 50 feet noise
right.
question.
Well, I'm definitely working on that. I mean, the insulation in the roof definitely helped out with those things. This sound room to travel to get outside, that's going to have a big impact on it as well. And I guess I'll probably do a decibel reading. Have somebody come out and do a decibel reading to see what the loudness is on. I mean, I did some with my phone. You can't really use that as scientific evidence. But I have people that have those machines and they can come out and do decibel readings.
Then
And I
you,
had talked to him and he said he's going to come out and do it at some point, but I want to get everything buttoned up first before he comes out and does that.
and you'll provide the board with that.
Sure,
Right.
absolutely.
And back to my first question, which is, can you give us a specific time?
Well, I think the upstairs will be done pretty soon, as I get the heat.
I'm asking all of it,
Oh, the whole, like both buildings,
everything.
probably a couple of years total.
Okay.
Well, it depends on the business in that business, I'm sure.
I just want to ask Bruce. Maybe answer. You're talking about the whole project up there, Bruce? Are you talking about, because I think the application is for Tower Hill, in other words, where Carlson was. I just want to make sure that's what.
I understand it, but the original application from quite some time ago, which has not been done to fruition, is for Tower Hill. And that's the part that I'm concerned about.
Which is only Carson's, because he didn't own. He didn't own that.
Yeah, that'll be done in a couple months upstairs at Tower Hill. That'll be done in a couple months.
And just to remind people, this is my observations, what Tower Hill didn't do was mitigate the noise with two things, not having the windows closed all the time, which I can understand when we get really hot up there, somebody would open it, wherever it may be, and having the music later than it was supposed to.
Right.
Which also went against the original application and agreement. So, which nobody seems to have followed a period on either side. But I guess my question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely, Representative St. Clair. You're a little muffled. You're a little
I know, I
muffled.
can't. You're gonna help me with, I'm taking it, it's like taking care of children. There you go. Oh, it's up there, that's right. Well, there you go.
Maybe we need closed captioning.
It's not working clearly. It ain't working. Rob's got to fix it.
Okay, so while he's doing that,
Okay, how's that?
much better.
Thank you. I just want to be, I want to be clear about those double doors. I know the sound expert is listening on this. So the big problem in the past was people in that back door would open the door up, the music's blasting.
Yeah, they would
Music
go
had
out
a
the
clear
emergency exit doors, right?
Right, so it had a clear shot up,
Right,
Up the
clear
hill.
shot, right outside.
and this is gonna stop all that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask the members of the board, have any of you visited that site since the last meeting?
No.
You know, we're
I
all
have.
free to make site visits. In some cases, we've made them jointly as a board, but then we get into 91A issues.
Mr. Chair, I have gone up there and looked at the very messy construction, the insulation.
Okay. I will tell the board, and for the record, that on Friday of Labor Day weekend, there was a band playing inside downstairs. And nothing much going on outside. And I drove the block. I went up Tower Hill. I took a right on Doe and I came down. What's the other street there? The short street, and back
Down.
around. And by the time I got to the right-hand turn at the top of the hill, the music could be faintly heard. When I stopped at the entrance to the next level parking area, which is just opposite the entrance to the Half Moon's rentals, where their office is, it was a little bit louder. I will say I sat in the upper parking lot, the one, it's actually the church's parking lot, I think, right?
Mhm.
And noticed that as people left your establishment, they often went up and spent quite some time talking in the parking lot up there. I think one of the abutters last week mentioned something about the noise in the parking lot. So perhaps one of the things that you could do is to have your bouncers kind of keep an eye on folks all the way back to the car.
Sure. As best I can.
Well, I know it's kind of like out of your control, but by the same
Yeah,
token,
as soon as they leave the property, it's probably not, it's not a good thing if they leave the property, but
well, they can sit and keep an eye on things.
they can keep an eye, that's for sure.
That's right. And that's what I think the neighbors would appreciate, is seeing your folks out there,
Yeah.
you know, because their concerns are legitimate. Again, our problem is the Weirs is a very tightly packed mixed use development with multi-seasons that need to be addressed. And in the summer seasons, you know, it's a very, very busy place. And hopefully starting next year will be every year thereafter. So,
Sure.
all right. There was another letter, sir. I believe it was from Norman and Sheeny and O'Neill. Is that part of the record this evening, Rob?
I did submit a letter, and I believe Attorney Woods was going to call in. I don't know if Rob is indicating he's on the line.
Oh, all right.
Yes, he is.
Did you see the letter while we're speaking with the attorney?
I don't have a digital copy of it to present.
Okay, do the board members have a copy? It was the last email we got today, I believe. Anyway, why don't we, is this Attorney Ethan Wood?
Yes.
Okay. I guess if there's no objection from the board, then I'll turn the mic over to Attorney Wood.
Just a technicality, Mr. Chairman, you need to open the public hearing.
Oh, oh, yes, we are, I guess, at that point, aren't we? What time do we have? 7:15 p.m. Then I will open the public hearing on this matter, and we'll hear from the applicant's counsel.
That's not my counsel.
Thank.
Oh, well, we'll hear from Attorney Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very briefly, we did send a letter today outlining what we believe are conditions that would warrant a revocation of the site plan on the basis of a prolonged period where they were not in compliance with the site plan. And while we believe there are grounds that this site plan could be revoked, and certainly a very good argument to be made that it should be revoked based on information that has been provided tonight. Our suggestion at this time is that the board entertain a motion by the applicant to table his site plan amendment for 1 year in order to demonstrate that he's able to be in compliance with the site plan and the conditions thereof, rather than revoking it completely at this time.
You're suggesting that the applicant continue under the original conditional use permit?
Oh, I'm suggesting that the applicant meet the site plan conditions of his original plan and demonstrate over the course of this next year that he has complied with that. And if so, then I certainly would encourage the board to consider this amendment to the site plan. But until there's been demonstrated compliance with the site plan, I think it would be premature to grant an amendment to it, and my clients would strongly oppose it. And therefore, we are suggesting that the applicant request that this board table the application for 1 year in order to demonstrate that the steps he's taken to bring his property into compliance with the approved site plan are working, and that my clients won't be adversely impacted by the non-compliance with the site plan.
All right, I found your letter now, so I think I understand. You are asking the board to revoke the previous site plan.
That's what we wrote in the letter. However, we're willing to compromise, and if the applicant is willing to request that this board table the application for 1 year to demonstrate compliance with the original site plan, then we will withdraw our request for revocation.
Well, let me ask,
I was just gonna say, who are your clients? I don't even know who it is.
it's Brames Incorporated is who he represents, which is.
I see.
Robert and Michael Ames are the principals of Brames Incorporated.
Right, exactly. All right, does the board have any questions for Attorney Wood? So, Attorney Wood, assuming that the board was not of a mind to revoke the previous site plan, the primary issue before us here is not so much compliance with the prior site plan, but the amendment that has been proposed to it, the gist of which is that the applicant be allowed to have live music in that building. I believe his intent is on the second floor until 1 a.m. and that would be a year-round, that would be available to him year-round. Am I correct in paraphrasing that?
That's my understanding as well.
Okay. So barring the revocation and also your suggestion that you're saying that the applicant agreed to table it, or that the board, because the board doesn't have the jurisdiction.
That's correct.
To table something for a year.
That's correct. And so the only way that it could be tabled for 1 year would be with the consent of the applicant.
Well, it wouldn't be tabled, it would be held in abeyance, and it might have to, when it's reapplied, I believe, it may be subject to additional statutory or municipal regulation, right? Changes in the law.
Well, again, I don't want to give advice to this board with regard to what the law says. So you have your own attorneys that can provide advice with regard to whether or not it may be subject to changes in the law.
I understand that. I didn't ask you for what those changes were. I'm just saying as a matter of practice, if we did that, then when the applicant came back before us, filed a motion to bring forward or whatever you would call it, the applicant would be subject to whatever the regulations were at that time. Would you agree with that?
I think an argument could be made that this was an application that was filed and was filed prior to any changes. But again, I can't give you a straight answer with regard to whether or not I would agree with what you're saying. I think it is going to depend on a number of factors.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions from anyone about this from Attorney Wood? For Attorney Wood, I'm sorry. All
I
right.
do.
Nope. Yes, Ms. Falk.
Okay, so what you're asking, Attorney Wood, is that Mr. Santagate voluntarily agreed to hold off on everything for a year to prove that he can make everything right. What can the planning board do on this? I mean, is this just between you and Mr. Santagate, or is there some place where the planning board can?
Well, again, so with regard to your specific question, the planning board can't table an application beyond a certain period of time. You have a legal obligation to consider the application and to vote on it one way or the other. And certainly there are grounds to deny this application based on the applicant's prior non-compliance with the existing site plan. And there are also grounds to revoke the existing site plan based on the non-compliance. However, in an effort to find a compromise that does not involve functionally shutting down Mr. Santagate's business, we're suggesting that he demonstrate compliance with the existing site plan over the course of the next year prior to considering this amendment to the site plan. And that could only be done with his assent. Otherwise, we would strongly urge this board to deny the proposed amendment to the site plan.
Okay.
Ms. Fox, any follow-up?
No, I guess the choices are Mr. Santagate can do this on his own, or we can, or he takes a chance and sees which way we go. That's what it sounds like to me.
Well, I have a follow-up. So, Mr. Wood, when was your letter delivered to the planning department and copied to the applicant?
I actually don't have the applicant's contact information, so I'm unable to send it to him. I did send it to the planning board late this afternoon, and so I certainly realized that it may be too late for the board to consider at this time.
Yes, but as Ms. Fox, I think, was driving at, why can't the applicant and your client reach an agreement? You're asking Mr. Santagate to give up a right here to proceed to a vote before this board in exchange for which he gets.
Certainly, and to answer your question, Mr. Chair, as a initial point, once a site plan has been denied under the recent jurisprudence in the Supreme Court in New Hampshire, the same site plan can't be brought again unless it has material changes. And so if this board chooses to vote to deny the site plan on the basis of the previous non-compliance, or the amendment to it rather, then I think the applicant wouldn't be able to proceed at any future time. And so what we're trying to do is come to a general negotiated settlement, so to speak. And while my clients have certainly attempted to discuss this with Mr. Sanagate in the past, they've ultimately been unsuccessful. And so the offer that we're making tonight is a release valve to get the planning board out of either approving or denying this application, and permitting Mr. Sanagate the appropriate amount of time to demonstrate that he's able to comply with the previously approved site plan conditions. And if he's able to do so, then again, while I can't guarantee there won't be an objection in the future, I would imagine that would go a long way to alleviating the issues that many of the abutting property owners and other property owners and businesses in the area are experiencing as a result of the non-compliance.
None of whom you represent.
Well, I represent, again,
One
Graham.
abut-
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Was there anything else for the attorney here? All right, well, thank you. Ethan, we may be done, but there may be follow-ups if you would like to mute and listen for a minute.
Absolutely.
Are there any abutters here that would like to be heard? Do we have any abutters in the queue, Mr. Mora?
Yep.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi there. Could you tell us your name and address, please, for the record?
Yeah, most certainly. My name's Dennis Golubuski. I'm on 19 Foster Avenue, the little road that you couldn't think of.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I live next to the big parking lot that's across the street from the Methodist Church.
Yes, indeed.
And I've been here 8 years. This year has been very difficult. Every weekend, the music has really stolen my evenings. Friday night and Saturday night. I recognize being told it's only till 10 o'clock. But if you work Friday and Saturday, you get home at 4 or 5, I would be unable to sit on my front porch and absorb any of the natural beauty here. I do not want, as the lawyer just said, I don't want to shut Anthony down. The entertainment district is part of the community. But at this juncture, Friday and Saturday night, the entertainment district dominates the community. And that is a problem. I take umbrage with hearing that it's going to take another 2 years to maybe buy back my summer evening, my chance to sit down and barbecue with friends and not be serenaded by enormous sounds of AC/DC and heavy rock music. People come to this area. The future of our area is based on that lake that we all oogle and ogle over. They don't come here for beer. I think we really have to work hard on creating some kind of community standard, and this is what we're trying to work out this evening. As far as Tower Hill goes, we don't have any measurement device. I think it's great that the entertainment district's installed insulation. Mr. Reuters was here to speak. But where is acceptable and not? Right now, when I call the police, and I told them not to rush, I always get the answer, well, he has a permit, and if they come, well, that's reasonable. He's got a permit. There's no measurement. Does that mean that I can play music as loud as I want? Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
I was just going to say, first of all, there are two separate business enterprises. One is the outdoor music stages that he has, which are split into two, but essentially they are separate from what we are being asked to regulate this evening. This evening, the issue is the building known as the Tower Hill Tavern, and whether he should be allowed to the use of the second floor as a nightclub year-round until 1 a.m. So the impact on Foster Ave will be sound from that venue, not from the outdoor stages, and other impacts such as people driving around, parking, that sort of thing. The same sort of issues that would be there if it was any other kind of business. So I understand your concerns. I think if I lived on Foster Avenue and I specifically didn't like AC/DC, it might be a little difficult to be 70 yards from a stage. But that is a separate issue, not before the board this evening, unfortunately.
In which case, I'll
So-
withdraw what I have to say and just add that over the 7 years, the entertainment district has had a chance to bring itself partially to compliance.
Yes. That's
The
true.
entertainment district has added properties which soaked up funds. Properties had to be bought.
Yeah.
All of these seem to show a disregard for a community standard, a standard that everybody can live with, a standard that the entertainment district can make money on, and that the entertainment district abutters, of which I'm one,
Yes.
can live with.
Yeah.
And that's an issue. I don't want to stand in anybody's way of making money. I will stand in somebody's way that spent a lot of dough acquiring business and has ignored compliance for 7 years. And to have entertainment district, say publicly that it's going to be another couple of years before it gets done. If you lived in a building that needed fire insulation, they're not going to say, well, I can't afford it. Well, you'd have to do it.
Any action the board would take tonight on a conditional use permit would be for
Yeah.
1 year. And
Okay.
the applicant would then have to come back in every year and request an extension if the project wasn't completed. So you mentioned community several times.
Yes.
We represent the community as a whole, the city of
Yes.
Laconia, all its residents. You obviously are speaking as a member of a community there at the Weirs.
But
Has
I am
any-
in Laconia.
Has anybody attempted to have a community-wide meeting, including the Ames, including the folks up on Doe Ave, including Mr. Santagate? Because it seems to me like the best solution is if everyone can agree that the entertainment district as it is there to stay. And we all have a responsibility to make it work. And making
You have
it
a
work
responsibility to me, Mr. Chairman, as well.
I
I have met with Mr. Ames. I have met with Mr. Driscoll. My neighbor, Tom Grant, and I, Tom, if he's not here, has
Yep.
given me the permission to speak for him. My other neighbor, Richard, has issues with this.
And I'm just saying, we may not be the forum for all that community meeting, that maybe a separate community meeting could have. Or
So
could-
where would, if there was an issue, where would it be adjudicated from, please, Mr. Speaker?
an issue as to what?
We
Compli-
meet the entertainment district and their people, and we get Brains and we get Driscoll, and we all get together and we say, it's too loud. We have gone back and forth now all summer on too loud, and nothing has happened.
Well,
And again, if I'm in the
is
wrong
Mr.
forum,
Santagate then invited to these meetings and allowed to hear your concerns directly? That might have alleviated some of this. We are.
I have been in Mr. Sanagate's building, and there did seem to be a one-day agreement. The music was soft that day, and the next day it was loud as heck. Mr. Sanagate and I also spoke one day outside his place, and for a day or two it was soft, and then it was louder than ever. Now, this is from the outside stage. I'm saying,
yeah,
the entertainment district checks ID for everybody, right? It's important to his business. the sound issue does not seem to be important to his issue, to his business, or else he wouldn't have virtually every abutter around him complain.
Well, it's an issue that affects his use of the property, and that's what we're here to discuss this evening. So please understand, we are taking into consideration your
I want to respect
concerns.
entertainment district. They employ people. There are people who come here, stop for a beer. I have my own personal opinions that a lot of it comes from Laconia and not from out of town. But all I'm saying is that I have as much right to be heard, which I am, thank you, and as well to not have to listen to bar music that's exceptionally loud every night, or Friday and Saturday night. I don't want it turned off. I just want it turned down. And maybe I should stop here. I know no short sentences. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I think we all heard that, and that's a legitimate request. Thank you. Are there any other abutters or are there any questions for this abutter from anyone? All right. Are there any other abutters out there, Rob?
Yep.
All right. Who have we got? It looks like Thomas. Am I looking? There's an abutter there that would like to be heard. Could you say your name and address for us, please?
Thomas, you are available to speak.
Thomas's Galaxy. I didn't know that people could actually own a Galaxy. I know, refrain from humorous comments. Okay, we could come back to Mr. Thomas and his Galaxy in a second. Are there any other abutters out there? Mr. Mora?
Yep.
Could we hear from the next abutter? Just name and address, please, for the record.
Is this me?
Yep, Mr. Ames.
Yes, Michael Ames. I'm one of the owners of the Half Moon Motel and Cottages. And
good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. It's a beautiful evening. But I'd like to just mention that this year was the loudest noise we've ever seen out there. And I'm surprised that nobody, you, Mr. Brunette, drove by to hear what it sounds like on a weekend night when there is bands playing. It was extremely loud.
Yeah.
Just loud, extremely loud. But getting back to this building
It's going off on how loud it is.
Huh?
Now.
The applicant for 7 years has acknowledged that he didn't comply with the existing site plan. And I think it's a simple process of like, well, he didn't do it. No one in the city came up here and did anything about it, even with our complaints to the police or whoever we complained to. Nothing was ever done about it. And now he wants to change the site plan. I think you guys should, I don't see, it sounds to me like you're saying, okay, well, he screwed up for 7 years, so what? Let's go to the next step. I think you should make him do step one, like our lawyer had mentioned, and let him prove that the sound is mitigated. Because if you give him a license to operate on some promise that he's going to make to mitigate the sound and it's not mitigated, the city's not going to do anything because you haven't done anything. We don't believe you guys will do anything. Just shrug your shoulders and say, well, we gave him the license to go ahead, you know, and nothing will be done. We don't have any faith in the city to enforce the compliance. So I think you should do what our lawyer mentioned and said, and give him a certain time to prove next summer that he's in compliant with the first site plan before you move ahead. It just seems like common sense. He's he hasn't, he's been blasting AC/DC. We're using those words because that's exactly the bands he plays. He doesn't play soft music. He plays loud, hard rock and roll. And, you know, he could have played this summer knowing that there was COVID and he'd be outside. He could have played a little more something different and made money off that. Why did it have to be AC/DC, Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple? Because he didn't care about the neighborhood. He never has. And when you say that we should have meetings with him, we've been talking to him for years, and he thinks we're trying to stop him from making any money. Matter of fact, this year he what do you call it? He gave us papers from the police department not to step onto his property. Yeah, restraining order. How does that make any positive movements with us? I mean, he actually has a restraining order on all the Ames brothers. There's actually 3 of us, even though they didn't mention it. Robert, Jeff, and me. And we have restraining orders to even step foot on his property. I don't understand how that could be a positive negotiating tool to make it work with us. He's never wanted to work with us. He doesn't care by his actions. He's only here because you guys are forcing him a little bit. But I think you should go full force and say, comply with the first site plan. Then we'll move to step 2. Basically, he's denied you. He has not complied to step 1, and you're going, okay, well, that doesn't matter now. Let's just go to step 2, as long as he does what he says he's going to do. Well, no, you're not saying as long as he does. You're saying he's asking you to give him the option to do it, and then you're supposed to believe that it's going to work. It just seems like let him prove to you first. If somebody is building a building, you go to the planning board, you get a application to build a building. Then somebody from the city goes down to the building and checks it out, make sure everything's compliant. Then they give them an occupancy permit. So it sounds to me like what he's asking is to give him an occupancy permit to blast music before he's proved that he's done it. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, I think your lawyer made a good argument on your behalf. Let me ask you this. If what this board is being asked to do is to approve an amendment to an existing site plan, we're free to add additional conditions, if I'm not mistaken, and then staff will correct me on that. What if the conditions specifically required that he demonstrate full compliance with the prior conditions? Then why would he have to wait 2 years or whatever? And why would, in other words, your lawyer said as a compromise, just table it and see what he does. We can do more than that. We can say, okay, we'll allow this amendment, provided that you demonstrate before you start operating the nightclub upstairs that you're in full compliance with the prior conditions. What would that be acceptable to Brames?
My question again is, who is he going to prove it to?
This board.
To this, how are you going to find out that? Are you going to come to our property when he has bands every weekend at 9 at night and listen to see how loud it is?
If that's
who on the board is going to come, and we've asked you guys to come. We asked the licensing board this year to come and stand on our property when the music is blasting away, and no one is taking us up on that. So I'm asking, who's going to decide whether it's acceptable or not?
I don't know what would be acceptable to you, but there are a number of ways it can be done. It's not unusual to require the applicant to hire the services of someone who's certified to operate sound level measuring equipment or whatever. And again, what I'm saying is that the goal that he's seeking now is an expansion of his business. And the board could attach conditions to that.
Well,
And
that-
some of those conditions may be required regardless. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, excuse me, but 7 years ago, instead of taking decibel measurements, they went through the planning board. It was a whole discussion with two different sound engineers, the guy that was here tonight and another gentleman. And the
And
other
there-
gentleman was hired by Meadowbrook. And he came here and he convinced the board at that time that a decibel reading would not be appropriate, that it's better to do that 50-foot, how was it stated? Something like,
the language was the discernible, I believe.
yeah.
And-
So, and
and-
I know we were always at the spot. Well, if they say 50 foot and you're standing 150 feet away, you really shouldn't hear this, because our first cottage is over 100 feet away. So if you're standing on that porch, you really should not be. It should be almost a whisper. That's the way they work, because you can't. He could put a soft rock band up there one night when you guys come with a decibel reader.
Yeah.
And it could sound different than if he puts AC/DC up there and blasts it at full volume. And that's why they came to the conclusion that it's better to do a 50 thing than a decibel reading, because a decibel reading, as I recall, it can change constantly depending on the bands that are playing and at the hour it's playing.
Yeah.
Because I remember the sound engineer saying at 12 o'clock, the sound it can be sound a lot louder than it can at 9 o'clock when there's all other things going on in the neighborhood. It's sort of like at 2 in the morning, we're all sleeping. If your neighbor is out there talking pretty loud, you can hear it easily, but at 9 at night, if there's all kinds of traffic and everything and he's talking loud, you won't hear it. That was the example he gave. So that's why they never used a decibel reading. But so we say the same thing. Just come to our property when the loud bands are playing every weekend and listen.
I understand that, and again, compliance in the past is nothing that we can do anything about. We're trying to come up with something that solves this problem that works for everybody and benefits the interests of everybody. Sometimes, it's a bit of a give and take. Other than the loud music, which clearly annoys you, it seems like most of the people don't like AC/DC. I think the applicant got that. What have you suffered any economic losses that you can directly attribute to Mr. Sandigate's activities on the property?
Of course, people say they're not coming back. The elderly really can't stand it. They've checked out within 1 hour.
Okay.
Within 1 hour, they come to the office and they go, "It's too loud." And we go, "Well, it'll be over at 10." Well, we don't care.
So you can show vacant rooms as a result. I mean, like documentation is what I'm getting at. Losses. I'm sure you get complaints. It happens in the business all the time. Sometimes you can move people, right? But if you have a full house, you can't.
Well, actually, one of the women that work in our motel office is right here, and she can answer that. Her name's Laura. She'll go ahead.
Hi, yes, Laura Bonk here. I work a lot of Friday nights and I work Tuesday night too. And I've had people come in and say that they really can't stay here. It tends to be our older crowd. In the summer months, we do get an older population. Tonight, for example, I had 3 walk-ins and they're all over 80 traveling with their families. And they have said that it's too loud for them now to stay here. These are not people that are coming during bike week. These are people that are coming during July and August when they expect a more family atmosphere in the Weirs. So I do believe we'll lose repeat business. And this is family business based upon repeat customers.
Sure. Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Do any other members of the board have any questions for Mr. Ames?
Can I say one last thing too?
Of course you can.
Okay, good. Before I forget, Jewel Fox, she was really good in her questions about the two bands outside, and I know we're not dealing with that. But at the same time, for him to say that, oh, maybe in the next 2 years, he's gonna fix that. Well, again, the same thing with this. When is this going to work out for next summer? That's all we care about, you know. We want to make sure that our client, you know, again, I'm representing my clients, like Laura just said, the people that stay at our hotel. And, you know, we want it as soon as middle of next May, not to have this issue anymore. So that's all I have to say with it. As far as like timing, there's got to be some time zone where you guys can,
And all I can say is in my past, I've acted as a mediator for people, and I always say, just because your attempts to negotiate in the past were unsuccessful doesn't mean they can't be. So there will be a winter time here, and maybe things will change. In the meantime, the board has to continue to move forward here on this application, and we are it's still in a public hearing. So we take into consideration all the comments that we receive, and we thank you very much for yours, as well as your attorney, Mr. Wood.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there any other abutters that wish to be heard? Any other butters on the line? Mr. Mora?
One more.
All right.
Mr. Thomas, Galaxy Tab.
Mr. Thomas with the Galaxy tab there. Good evening, sir. Could you state your full name and your address for the record, please? We're just gonna have to come up with our own app, Rob.
We'll have to do something.
The Laconia Planning Board app, available now on the Play Store.
He's muted himself, so I guess that he does not want to speak.
So, all right, if indeed he can hear our voice, please let him know that he's welcome to come back before we close the public hearing.
There was another member that's raised their hand now.
All right. And a butter?
Yep.
Okay, hello, could
Phone
you
number.
state your name and your
Oh,
phone
I'm
number
sorry.
and
Dennis
your,
Golubiewski,
address?
19 Foster. And can you repeat the phone number? If Mr. Grant is unable to get his computer to work, he might be able to call in.
The phone number for someone to call in and hear the meeting?
Contribute to the meeting if that's possible. If not, that's, you know, I'm just trying to get him to, you know, to have a place to speak.
All right.
Unfortunately, you have to use the app to be able to participate.
Okay.
Um,
Many apologies. Thank you.
But that's not entirely true. They can use *9 on a phone.
Jewel, we've had this conversation. Policy is we do the app. If you're not using
Okay.
the app, you do not participate. You can listen to the meeting on the phone. You want to participate, you need to use the app.
Okay.
Hey, Mike.
And his problem is not the app, but rather his computer.
Yeah, he's babysitting, and that's the problem.
Okay, so yes. Yes, in the future, might probably written and email communications would be good too, especially due to the special COVID orders that we're operating under. All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard? An abutter, a member of the public?
Sir, can you hear me at all?
Yep.
Sir,
Who do we
I'm Thomas Grant. I finally got this thing unmuted.
Thomas, I thought you were Mr. Galaxy there for a minute.
No, that I'm using a tablet, and that's the ID on the tablet,
I
sir.
know,
I'm sorry.
I'm teasing you, sir. Thank you, sir. This is the public hearing portion of the program, so I'll turn the chair, the podium over to you.
Okay. I'm at 17 Foster Avenue. And I've been a resident here for well over 10 years now. Mr. Sandagate's business, as it is specifically Tower Hill Tavern, I appreciate the work that he's doing to that building. I'm sure that that will mitigate the sound that was emanating from it last year. The problem in the Weirs is not just that building. This particular summer, I guess due to COVID, he was allowed to have outdoor performances behind that building, as well as at his other business. It's my understanding that at least as it pertains to Tower Hill Tavern, the noise was still supposed to be basically quiet, inaudible at 150 feet or whatever it is. That was not the case. He also had performances there during the summer every night of the week. This is not just a nights on the weekends. I haven't been able to open my windows in my house all summer. I'm more than 1,000 feet away from his Tower Hill Tavern, and the noise is so loud inside my home with the windows closed. I have small children. You know, I appreciate that he's going to put a double door up there. The windows stay closed. He's insulated it. I'm sure that the improvements that he's making to Tower Hill Tavern specifically will be okay. We'll certainly make an improvement, but the outdoor noise is what I have a strong issue with. I was well aware when I moved into this neighborhood that we were going to have Motorcycle Week, but we didn't have all of these other festivals. So during Motorcycle Week, you can expect the noise. The rest of the time, it's unbearable. And I don't think that, you know, the minuscule effort that he's made in the last 7 or 8 years is sufficient. I really don't. So
Yes,
that's
sir.
all I have to say.
Thank you. I just want to point out the same thing I said to your neighbor, is that the outdoor stages are not for consideration by us tonight.
I understand that.
So the proposal tonight is to allow him whether we should allow him to operate a nightclub on the second floor of Tower Hill until 1 a.m. and that he'd be able to do that year round. So I guess my follow-up question to you is, if he completed all the soundproofing that he was supposed to do, put in a sound lock door, does that sound like something that might minimize, at least in the evening hours after the stages are closed or in the off season, would that minimize the noise to an acceptable level for you?
I feel it's a step in the right direction.
Right.
However, I would respectfully say that it should be proven to actually be sufficient.
Well, I guess we're hearing that loud and clear. All right.
So my biggest concern, though, it is kind of mirrors Mr. Gobleski's, that you know, he's just doing this insulation work now. He's had 8 years to do this. If he had not purchased the other properties, perhaps he could have done it a little sooner.
Well, we certainly can't second guess.
What's done is done.
Yeah, the business decisions of the applicant are theirs to make, so.
I
Glad I
appreciate
hear you. I
that.
catch your point. I get your point. Thank you very much for representing.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep. You're welcome. 'Tis your right.
If I
All
could
right.
interrupt for just a moment, Peter.
Yes, sir.
We're
Mr.
having a
Trefethan.
slight technical issue. We've had someone else in the city has logged into the Zoom account. If they are listening, we are in the middle of a meeting. We need to have you log out. Oh. All right, well, you took control of the meeting, so.
You mean another city employee accidentally logged into our planning board
Yeah,
meeting?
we got it resolved here.
See,
Go
I
ahead.
knew you guys worked all hours of the
Yeah.
days and night, but my God.
We do have a couple of people in the audience that want to speak as abutters.
Oh, okay. Well, any members of the audience up there at City Hall like to come to the podium and maintaining social distancing? Butters? As long as we're maintaining social distancing and or using masks, please. And ma'am, as long as you're 6 feet away from somebody, you can take your mask off so we can hear you. Sir.
Sir.
Goodness. I'm leaving.
You're on a roll, Pete.
I'm getting, well, I can't see the screen all that well, you know. Yes, sir. What's your name and address, please, for the record? Hang on. I think we got to turn your mic on.
Are we good?
Yes, we are. Please repeat.
Bill Hager up 23 Centenary Ave.
Good evening, sir.
Thanks. You know, I moved recently into the neighborhood. One of the specific reasons that I did was because it is the entertainment district. And that was something I was looking for as part of my quality of life. And so it would be a great disappointment if in fact the board decided to do anything to suppress the entertainment district from growth. Tonight, we're talking about Tower Hill, specifically upstairs, and the amendment thereby. So I'm not going to address any of the issues that were brought up about outside entertainment. It's my belief that with the work that I've seen Anthony do, insulating that area, with the work that I've seen the staff do in terms of trying to make sure that people keep those doors closed and the windows are closed all the time, that he's made a significant effort. There's been a lot of talk about how long it's taken. I don't think that's relevant. In fact, it has happened. And he is continuing to develop it and work in good faith to suppress the noise level there. So in my opinion, it's significantly reduced the amount of noise up there. In my opinion, it's important to maintain the entertainment district throughout the winter in order to enable people to make a living, not only Anthony and his staff, but everyone in the area that is affected by the business that his enterprises bring in. So I would strongly recommend that you approve this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you very much for coming in tonight, sir. May you be well. Are there any questions for? All right. Do we have another live abutter out there in Armored Baltic Auditorium, I believe it's called? Chambers? Council chamber. Good evening. Welcome to The Price is Right.
My name is Brandon Schuster. I live on 7 Baker Ave. I also manage a few different properties in Weirs Beach, and you know, some of these comments about community today and how we're all a community, and listening to this has just been an all-out attack on, you know, years past of what Anthony should have done and what hasn't happened, and managing these properties. I can tell you there's yes, there are times where people might say this isn't the property for me, but we always make it a point to tell people what is going on in the Weirs, what happens in the Weirs, whether people are coming for the Mount Washington, for the arcades, for the bars that are going to be in the area. And we've seen, you know, probably 9 times out of 10, that same person that didn't want to stay because of that, it books up almost immediately, and you can't stop the phone calls coming in time and time again, looking for those rooms for that entertainment. But on what Bill had said, I mean, it's to a point where he's not only trying, he's showing. It's to a point where he's, you know, shut down the upstairs, invested a lot of money into trying to make a lot of people happy. And it's to a point where should anything come of this and they shut him down, I mean, he's not just affecting Anthony, he's affecting, you know, a ton of jobs in this area as well, where we have locals that work here that rely on, you know, those shows, and businesses such as our own that rely on those shows and rely on people coming to the area for his events. And I don't know, that's pretty much all I gotta say.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we could certainly mindful of the economic consequences of our decisions. That's for sure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Are there any other members of the public? Is there anyone out in the parking lot in front of City Hall? Ah, here's someone. Hello, could you state your name and your address for us, please, when you get a chance? Hi.
Hi.
Could we have your name and your address so for the record?
My name's Megan Doptis. My address is 130 Bean Road in Molten Borough. However, I'm the general manager of Tower Hill and the Big House.
Welcome.
And I just wanted to express kind of some things after listening to everybody today. During quarantine, we had a lot of conversations about restructuring business and business practices and doing a lot of things and working together. And our new goal was to make Weirs Beach a year-round destination. We all do so great for those 4 months in the summer, 4.5 months. But even with starting last year and into this year, we decided, why can't we do it for the other 7-8 months? Why can't we have things and that include everybody, incorporate every business, the gas stations, the hotels, corporate things like Walmart and restaurants, every local eatery, every local place, and get everyone together so everyone makes money for more than 4 months. And in doing that, we have upset some neighbors, but we have tried very hard working with our sound people to keep the levels down. We have received accolades from the Liquor Commission, from the police department on how hard we are trying. It is bothersome to some people, but a lot of those things, most of what we've heard are outside things. And we are now proposing or requesting the upstairs. It will be soundproof. There's not minuscule changes being made. There's enormous changes being made. Enormous. The insulating itself was enormous. The HVAC guy is coming this week to cut the sheets and to get started on the heat and AC so we can do this soundproof, quiet.
Windows
and
closed. Right.
Windows closed. We are replacing the windows that you lift up and down, the wooden windows, and putting in the same sort of windows that are on the end that abut Tower Street so that they'll all be enclosed windows.
I think those windows were part of the old Torrelson's arcade, and that was
Yeah.
the whole
Yeah, I
second.
saw old
floor.
pictures where you could
Opened
just
them in
lift
the
up and
summer.
hook.
Didn't there used to be a cart track or something? All right, well, anyway.
There's laser tag and something upstairs.
Megan, how many employees does Tower Hill have?
Running at full during the summer, I would say 65.
How many would you have if you had a regular weekend strong off season?
Meaning if we were able to use the upstairs in the weekend?
Yeah, I'm just saying, yes, if this was approved, how many employees would you need in the off season?
Okay, in the off season, this being approved, I would need 5 security, 6 bartenders, 3 waitresses, 3 cooks, 2 cashiers, and management.
I'm sure you weren't hoping that I was adding those up.
I
That's
thought you
not-
were hoping I was.
That's not,
let's see.
that's,
Three,
that
four,
would
five,
be sort of your year-round crew,
7.
and some of those would be part-time.
20 to 25 on the weekends
Okay,
versus what we have now.
that's good. As I said to the previous abutter, we do have to take consideration some of the economic.
We ran last winter,
Yeah.
weekend nights with 5.
Okay. All right, and the COVID, you mentioned COVID as the reason why that you had 2 outdoor stages going this summer?
Well, that's the reason we had the outdoor stage outside of Tower Hill
Okay,
on the newest addition where we merged the properties, making them one property at 264 Lakeside Ave.
you're talking about the one in the middle between you and the old Paradise.
No, that's the Crazy Gringo. But right next door where it was Surfside Burger Bar.
Yes, I'm not directly abutting, but yeah, I understand.
Yeah, behind that, which we used for a couple weekends in a row, right after reopening, I believe was May 19th.
Right.
And then we use it for both of the motorcycle weeks, the one that was canceled and the one that was rescheduled for. And that was really all we used it for. A couple times on the weekends, but never weekdays.
Did you have indoor dining when you first opened, or did you have to go outdoors initially?
We had only outdoor for, I believe it was 4 weeks, possibly 5.
Did you
It was
include
only,
that outdoor concert area as a dining area during that period of time?
absolutely.
Okay. Well, that was, I think a lot of other businesses had to, use tents or something and figure it out. All right. Is there anything else that you think the board should hear about the proposal this evening?
I don't think so.
Well, then, thank you very much for coming in.
I have a question, please.
We have a question from board.
Yes. Do you sell more alcohol and food when the music is blaring instead of turning it down to a lower level?
Mike, Michael, you need to unmute your mic. Couldn't hear you.
Okay, Meg, I wonder, are sales better when you have the music blaring instead of at a lower level? Do you sell more alcohol and food?
There is no difference.
So why can't we turn it down and make the neighbors happy?
You're speaking about outside of Tower Hill and
No,
outside
I'm
of the
talking
big house?
about the noise it emits from the building itself.
From upstairs of Tower Hill?
Correct.
I didn't realize that these complaints were coming from inside upstairs at Tower Hill. This summer, we haven't had any of them. They've all been in regards to the backstage and the stage at Big House. But we can turn the karaoke down. That's all we're allowed. That's all we've had this summer, the entire summer, inside of Tower Hill. When we were allowed, then we weren't, and then we were allowed again.
Yeah. Have you had live bands at all downstairs in Tower Hill?
No, we have not. We had a couple people dressed in festive outfits playing a couple horns for the October thing, but no, we have not had any bands.
Temple Fest, whatever it was, yes.
We have had karaoke only.
I'm sure we all regret missing that, but. Thank you very much. Any other questions, Michael?
No, Chair, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Doptis? If not, thank you again for your participation in the process tonight.
Thank you very much.
All right. I see a name I don't recognize down there, Rob. Is that another member of the public or an abutter?
It is not.
Okay. Are there any other members of the public or abutters that are in the queue that would like to be heard?
There is nobody that has their hand raised at this time in the app.
Okay, and nobody in the room, Rob?
That's all.
Last call? No, I'm not finishing that.
Nope. Nobody else.
All right. In that case, then I am going to close the public hearing at 8:15. Was that 1 hour? And I think I'd like to hear from the staff on this, if we may. Mr. Trefethan, sir.
Yeah, this is complicated.
Peter, should we hear from the staff or
believe
the,
that
or the, or the
Part of
board?
what happened this summer in particular is that the
I
outdoor
have one-
stage,
Dan, Dean, just for 1 second. Ed, did you say something?
Yeah, I asked whether or not we should hear from the board first or from the staff first.
Well, I thought we would hear from the staff and then the board would have questions for staff.
Perfect.
Does that sound fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trefethan, and you may proceed.
so it appears that the outdoor activity that occurred particularly this summer mixed in with the regular operation causes more noise and therefore more complaints from the abutters than perhaps we have had in the past. And I know that there have been complaints in the past about noise, so that I'm not saying that the outdoor stuff is entirely the issue, but I think it contributes to the issue. And as everyone knows, not just this establishment, but multiple establishments in the city receive permission to do things outside, beginning in May, as soon as the governor allowed restaurants and bars to do outside activities. And we tried to accommodate the various businesses in the city to take advantage of that and issued administrative permissions to do that. So I think that's part of the issue, and I attended a couple of the licensing meetings that occurred over the summer, and that seemed to be part of the crux of the complaints at the licensing issue.
Dean, just 1 second. Rob, could you mute the podium mic, please? I think that's where we're picking up this background noise. Thank you. Please continue, Dean.
So the outdoor stuff gets an extra level of oversight regulation in that requires a loudspeaker license from the city. You need to go to the licensing board. Obviously, with Columbus Day right around the corner here, the outdoor activity is going to come to a screeching halt fairly quickly. So this is an issue that needs to be picked up again next year. And part of my staff and my department is involved with the licensing board, and we certainly will highlight the issues that have occurred in this area. And it's not just one business, it's a couple of businesses that are trying to do outdoor stuff. But getting to the crux of the matter this evening, in that the request is to amend the site plan so that they can have entertainment in their upstairs until 1 a.m., essentially 365 days a year. That's the request. If you deny that request, I'm not sure that anything is, the hopes that things change drastically are probably not too realistic, because things are going to be pretty much status quo. The noise level is the noise level, and it, to me, my opinion, is it doesn't matter what form of music it is. I listen to AC/DC in my car, in Deep Purple, and et cetera. And then I also listen to other groups that come on right after them, and the level of music in my car doesn't change because it's AC/DC versus the Beatles or the Mamas and Papas. So the issue is not the kind of music. And I know that in some cases it's being used as an illustrative, an illustrative purpose, an illustrative, so that we all know what we're talking about. So, and I get that. But what we're really talking about is noise level. And I know that in the past, this board has been reluctant, previous incarnations of this board have been reluctant to put decibel levels on what's going on there, but it may be something that we have to look at. The issue is not how much, the issue is how much noise is inside the building, and then how much of it escapes out, and how far does it go? And the way the previous approval was written, condition I, we had A through M for conditions, of which only I through M were related to the noise or the music. The rest were other things. I is no noise from this commercial establishment that is plainly audible at a distance of 50 feet from the lot line. I don't know what plainly audible means. And I'm sure that I can get permission from the various property owners to go onto their property, but unless I get that, I can't go onto their property and 50 feet in and start measuring whatever plainly audible is. So that's the, and I'm not trying to make excuses, but that's the predicament that the staff has been in over the years, including my predecessor, who would have been in charge of trying to enforce these things. I know that he's made substantial investment and substantial effort in the building and is continuing to do that with the sound engineer. But the point about we think this is going to fix the problem and then what if it doesn't is a good point, and it's well taken. And it could be that the idea that this decision get delayed for a period of time, I don't believe personally that a year is necessary, but we certainly need to get perhaps into at least the beginning of the summer months, or at least the spring months next year to know whether it's been solved or not. And so the idea of the applicant continuing to work on the issues and then asking us to table this for a period of time is certainly something to consider. The point that was made earlier about the board needs to take action on this in a timely manner. We can't string this out forever. There have been several court decisions over the decades that will prevent us from doing that, and state law has been revised to make sure that we don't. So we have certain time limits that we have to act on. The applicant is not under any of those restraints. If they choose to delay, then that is perfectly okay. So
so if the applicant agrees to
the applicant would have to make the request to delay.
I understand.
And that's not my decision to make, that's the applicant's decision to make. But the other comment about it, if we go forward and we deny, then he's got an issue with trying to do, his site plan in some other configuration. It has to be significantly different, and I don't know how you make it significantly different than what he's requesting right now. But So it's better to either withdraw a request or to ask, from the applicant standpoint. On the other hand, we may approve this, and I'm not trying to prejudge here. I'm just trying to give you options and make you just trying to reinforce the some of the points that have been made, which are legitimate.
Do you think the board has before it, excuse me, sufficient information with which to make a decision regarding the amendment to the conditional use permit this evening?
I think you have enough information with the possibility of some additional conditions to make a decision, but I know that they're still working on the building. I've had a discussion with Mr. Sandegate. I've had a discussion with Mr. Reuter. So, they're not finished and nobody's ready to make a recommendation or a report or anything like that. And we're certainly not ready to, if we have to hire, an additional advisor of some kind to figure out what's going on. So, I mean, you could make a decision, but I think you would be better served to perhaps table this for another month and to see where we are and what we can work out. But I don't know that you can go much further beyond next month.
Well, and because of the time limits that you referenced, the statutory ones?
Yeah, I mean, we're
what if the applicant were to agree to the motion to table? Isn't that the applicant waiving a month of the time limits?
I view it as we would be tabling it because we know that work is still in progress and we don't have that final report on this from the sound engineer that we were looking for last month. So from that standpoint, you have a legitimate reason to delay.
Except the sound engineer at this point would not be a contractor for the city, but a contractor for the applicant, correct?
Well, yes. I mean, we were reaching out to Mr. Reuter ourselves because of the, that he'd been involved previously. So, but Mr. Sandegate kind of beat us to the punch there. So we may need to find another individual. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
Is that something that can be figured out in 30 days?
We could give it the old college try. Yes, sir.
Depends on the college. All right. I'm sure there are other questions for you, sir, from the members of the board. Who would like to?
I believe Charlie has a question.
Charlie, Mr. St. Clair, representative, sir.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Hold on. Okay. Well, Dean, I was going to ask about tabling this another month because we don't have all the information, because we don't have a final report from a sound expert, whether it's somebody that Anthony hired or the city hires. And Mr. Chair, would this be a good time? I'd like to make a statement if I could, or a comment or two if I could about this. Is that okay? He said okay. So I just wanted to say that I agree an awful lot with what Michael Ames had to say going back. And I hate to keep going back, but since it's continuously being brought up, and for good reason, there's no doubt in my mind that Tower Hill, the management, the owner, let the rules that were put in place, I guess letter I and letter, whatever the two letters were referred to, let those slide by having music later than they were supposed to, without mitigating it, windows being open, back door being propped open, whatever. I used to go up there at night quite often for a couple of bands I really liked, and they would play late into the night. That being said, that went on for a number of years, and I think that the owner of Tower Hill bears a lot of responsibility for that. But I also feel that the city bears responsibility. This is kind of what I agree with Mike Ames. I know how it works up there when you have complaints, being a former owner of a business myself up there. And the police, by all means, come when people complain. And if somebody has a permit to have their business running and the police don't feel that they're in violation of what they can see, they're within the right to make that determination. So I would put it not on the police's shoulders, but I would put it back on the planning department and or code enforcement or somebody. Because it's not just Tower Hill. And I know my friend, the good counselor of Ward 1, will say when agreements are made in the city, they're not always followed. And then people will say, geez, I don't know, what's the saying? Better to ask for forgiveness than something like that, And that goes on in a lot of places around the city. I mean, I live here. We know that. This went on for a number of years. So when and if this is approved, and I hope that it is, not tonight, but if we table it, it's got to be hard stone, kind of like a 10 Commandments thing, where if this works, it works upstairs. And if it doesn't work, then something has to be fixed. And I don't know that we have to wait till summer to think about this, because what better time than in the middle of winter when you can hear a pin drop up there on Lakeside Avenue. The sound carries very crisp when it's, 10 degrees out or something. So this would be actually a great time to be testing this system out. And then if somebody with a know-all would say, okay, this isn't working with this part still needs to be worked on, and do it before, in fact, the busy season gets here. It would give everybody a chance to work on that. And Dean, I don't know if any of what I just said makes any sense at all. So I'm looking for your commentary on what I just said.
Well, no, you're right. And I'm not going to sit here and say that the city, whether it's me or other people, have necessarily done the right thing all the time in terms of enforcement or response. And I'm not trying to say that at all. There is technology out there that goes beyond just recording a decibel level. For instance, as you know, just as a little aside here, we've had the issue with the short-term rentals, and noise is probably the number one complaint. And there's this product called Noise Aware that you install inside the unit, and you, as the owner, you set a certain sound level, and when sound exceeds that level on a consistent basis, not someone drags a chair across the floor and for 5 seconds you have that, but rather over 30-second or a 1-minute duration or whatever it is, then the owner of the property through the app gets informed that the noise is at an unacceptable level, and they can now call the tenant and say, you got to quiet down. Nobody else is involved other than the property owner and the tenant at the time. Now, obviously, if that doesn't resolve the problem, then perhaps you have to go to the next step. There is technology along that line that can be used outside, that you could install a sensor or two somewhere along the property line or wherever it is decided that you wanted to place it, that would measure the sound, and it would alert the property owner that the sound has reached a level that's unacceptable. The app's going to jiggle their phone, and they're going to know it in real time.
With the
Those kinds of things are available. And are they foolproof? No. Are they cheap? Probably not. But the real question is still going to be, as they tried to do 7 years ago, is establish what is plainly audible or an acceptable level or any terminology you want to use. It becomes subjective. So at some point in time, we have to get to a decibel level.
Dean,
And
let me
they do
ask you
that.
this. You've spoken with the expert that we brought back in. So if there is technology out there that would allow the sound level to be continuously monitored, say from the outside at the property line, wouldn't the technology also record it in a continuous way? And what I'm getting at is this. I don't know if the device exists, but the problem is somebody calls the cops come, they have to try to say, well, it's too loud or it's not too loud. If all they had to do was take a look at a device that could tell them, have at any point in the last, say, 2 hours, the preset decibel level been exceeded? Is that a technological possibility?
I don't know all the details on these various programs and devices, so I don't know.
What you're proposing.
But I'm the beauty, in my mind, the beauty of this kind of a system is that it doesn't involve the police or a third party or whatever. It's a reminder to the property owner that, oh, okay, maybe the band's, they've decided to go to 10 on the amplifier and they need to be at 6, but, and they can tell them, you got to turn it down. And whether the device is inside or outside, it amounts to the same thing. Obviously, noise level is going to be much higher inside. So I don't know how it works exactly. I don't know the details to that extent. Well, as I said, with the NoiseAware, which is again more of an indoor thing, the intent is to cut out the third party, that we desire greatly to cut out because when the police arrive, it is subjective.
But how does it assist enforcement?
It tells the property owner that they've exceeded a certain level,
And
whatever
then
that level. We have to determine what the level is, but.
And then if the neighbor complains.
But, I mean, all of that would still
Yeah.
be in play.
Right. Okay.
Hopefully we get to the point where the neighbor is not complaining because.
The system works.
Yeah.
Yes, well, like I said, we're not going to probably then be able to craft something this evening. Are there any other questions for staff? Brett?
I have a few questions. First of all, I want to make a statement that nothing is perfect. If you have something outside that's monitoring, if someone really wanted to, they could pull their truck with some big speakers underneath it, crank up the music so the decibel level goes up, and then call the cops on Tower Hill.
Yeah.
There's no control that noise is actually coming from Tower Hill.
Right.
The NoiseAware could work great. It's kind of like a prophylactic. If the noise is too loud inside, then the possibility is that it's going to be able to be heard outside. All right. There are some certain towns, side note here, some certain towns have water fountains in them, not water fountains, but fountains. And there are anemometers around town that measure the wind speed. As the wind picks up, the fountain drops its level. So people walking by don't get sprayed with the wind and the water from the fountain. Same kind of thing with NoiseAware. You control what's inside, that minimizes what's outside. Anyway, to my first question, someone mentioned earlier about that we could put a limit on this amendment. If we agree or disagree, well, let's say if we agree to this amendment, Is it binding, or can we put a limit on it for a probationary period for 1 year?
Mr. Trefethan?
I'm thinking,
It occurs to me that we do set time limits for compliance with specific conditions of approval, right? And we can also establish milestones. I can remember all the time limits that we went through and the different completion dates for a big project like Aqua Vista.
yeah. So the question was, Brett, can we put like a time limit on a condition? Is that correct?
Well, on the actual approval, okay?
Right.
If we say that if you abide by all of the staff recommendations with G through J actually address noise levels, if we say, as long as you abide by that, we will approve it for a probationary period of 1 year. We will revisit this next October to see if you have been abiding by it or if there have been more complaints. Members of the board can go actually see what's going on. And then we could be better informed, because tabling this for 30 days is not going to do anything. Mr. Sandegate said that it could take a year or two until all of the renovations and upgrades are done to the building. 30 days, there's not going to be much outdoor music. The weather's getting colder, so the windows are going to be closed anyway. It's going through renovation now, and it might not actually be open to music for another 30 days or more. So tabling it for 30 days is not a question. We have to come up with something tonight to fix this or whatever. I mean, it says in G of the staff recommendations, the applicant must adhere to the current City of Laconia noise ordinance. So that would say to me that that would override the distinguishable at 50 feet off of the property line or whatever the original permit lines were. But what we get into here once again is enforcement. Just like with the project that went on with the old fire station in Lakeport. They didn't follow it. Now everybody's asking, what can we do about it? Well, this request for the amendment could be a tool of enforcement. And we could also side with the applicant if we were able to do a probationary period for 1 year, probationary approval for 1 year, see how it does. And if it's not panning out, then we revoke it.
Can I ask a question? You're not talking about the upstairs taking 2 to 3 years, right? No, I thought that.
Which is how long?
Which is, you said 2 to 3 months, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, the rest of the properties, it'll take a couple of years to do.
The outdoor portion.
okay. So the short answer, Brett, is yes. You could approve it conditionally and then for a certain time frame and then come back and review how it's going. My only hesitation on it is if we said a year, that's potentially an excruciatingly long time for the neighbors if it doesn't work next summer. And so I think we might want to do something shorter and do an interim check-in, and then if things are going okay, then you maybe go a little bit longer. I don't know, but you certainly can. You could do interim timeframes. You could do additional conditions, and I also, not to beat a dead horse, but I also want to reiterate that the outdoor component needs to be addressed as well. And that needs to be addressed as the next summer season starts, as opposed to, next October.
Why wouldn't those outdoor?
Yeah, the outside door stages or whatever.
Why wouldn't the outdoor stages be subject to the site plan approval process as well?
Yes, the outdoor stages are subject to the outdoor speaker ordinance and licensing, et cetera.
But I mean, does he have to come in with a site plan?
No, it's not a site plan, but it's a request to have an outdoor speaker license, which get renewed every year. They're not forever.
Okay. But
Peter
it has
Edbone
nothing
has,
to do with the land use.
That actual aspect is not land use, but my staff in my department has interreaction with the licensing board, and this is the kind of input that they need to have. And they have heard it. They heard it at 2 different meetings over the course of the summer from essentially the same people that you've heard from tonight.
So
With the
what if
same arguments. And I'm not diminishing those arguments. I'm just saying that it's front and center for more than one board.
So the board could conceivably say tonight that we will conditionally allow you to operate essentially a new venue, a live music venue on the second floor, provided that, and then the list, most of which were in the previous approval, and that it would be subject to a review, say, in May, or just before give them a month before Bike Week. The other thing that I think we have to be concerned about is, this is kind of unusual, a provisional approval, because it requires the applicant to make a significant capital investment. And we understand that they would be then taking the risk that the conditional approval will expire and not be renewed. So I don't know. I mean, I think the applicant needs to think about that piece of it.
The site plan was approved in 2013 with that list of conditions, A through M.
Yeah.
Of which only a few relate to noise. The rest of the conditions, for the most part, have been met. So unless you go the route that has been suggested in that you revoke the site plan approval, and I have no idea really how that works. I would have to get back to the board on that because I've never dealt with that previously. But the site plan that has been approved is still in existence. He can use his second floor and there is nothing in these conditions that prevents him from having live bands up there. It's just there's a time limit on those bands. And the noise is obviously a related issue, but is not necessarily the issue before you. The issue before you is hours of operation for a section of the building. And from an abutter standpoint, it is extremely difficult to make the distinction between which noise is originating from the first floor, which is noise is originating from the second floor, which noise is originating from the outdoor stage, which noise is originating from the outdoor stage in the adjacent property that the property owner, this applicant, does not control. And all that noise just goes out. It's part of the noise that assaults these various properties that are in proximity, obviously. But it's, again, I'm not trying to diminish these complaints. That is not the issue. The issue is, how do you discern which noise is what is actually causing the problem? And we're not here to do the downstairs, we're not here to do the outdoor, and we're not here to do whatever's happening in adjacent properties.
Right.
We're here to talk about the second floor of this property. Can he go to a later date?
A later time.
A later time, sorry.
But Dean, but the music outside stops either at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. So the noise at night, if it went to 1 o'clock, would certainly be able to, you'd be able to tell. Although I know they have bands downstairs, and I don't know if that.
Right, and so where does, how do you discern one from the other and separate it from the crazy gringo music or the next house, the next built property up? And, I mean, all that noise is, it's like, if you sit over on the boardwalk and listen to the noise, into the mixture of that is the pinball machines and everything else.
Well, I think it's pretty easy to tell normally where the music's coming from. You can, I think that can be
the AC/DC, right?
Well, whatever it is, but again, whether it's downstairs or especially upstairs, the weight on the back is going to be on the owner here to mitigate that and to meet whatever requirements, and his new system is going to have to meet that. His number one goal, besides filling his place, is going to be calming down the neighborhood. That are neighbors that are going to have to act reasonable. I think they will. Again, that's from my experience years ago. But I think once Anthony does all this work, and it's quite impressive if you go up there and look, everybody. I mean, they're doing an awful lot of work in there, and hopefully it works. Because if it doesn't, then it was all for naught, his work. So,
Can I just say, Charlie, getting back to your 10 commandments, we had 13 commandments that he hasn't met.
that's correct. That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And now you're saying to us that we should give him a chance to play till 1 o'clock in the morning in the upstairs room on the theory that he's gonna, according to you, make every effort not to let the noise bother the neighbors.
Not according to me, according to them and the money they're spending.
Okay, but the question is, we haven't made that effort up to this point.
We have not.
And I've got to say enforcement, which I'm somewhat familiar with.
Quite a bit.
Needs to be factored into this. And I don't think this board can approve this without some definitive explanation of how enforcement is going to be provided.
Well, no different than all our codes are enforced in the city, whether it's noise or, see, it's a slippery slope. You know how that works.
Brad has already stepped on my toes.
Right. So you're
politely.
But again, I mean, and that's why this conditional approval, I guess, if it's, Mike has written down 6 months over here.
I guess in 6 months.
Yeah, somebody else mentioned May, and I think over the winter and the early spring would be a good time to be testing this system. Anthony says it's going to be, once he gets the HVAC in there, that'll be done, I think he said 5 weeks. So they can go right to town testing this thing. But you're absolutely right, Bruce. I mean, this has not been done. It's not been.
No, he's only half to blame.
That's correct.
The other half is us.
Right. So now that everybody's been open about this, and the neighbors are the ones that have been kind of playing, to the fiddler's dance on this, because of all these things not being done. Now's the chance to do it right, with whatever is written down here, and as long as Anthony knows that the doors will be closed upstairs to music. They can play bingo up there with with a loud bullhorn.
I guess where I'm at is we need to give Dean and his staff an opportunity to come up with an outline of what we're going to require that he can agree to.
Yeah.
And someone give us an explanation of enforcement.
So are you talking about tabling it for a month?
Yes.
I agree with that. And I don't think, I think the other remarks that were made earlier about why we should table it also made sense, but I think Anthony's good with it being tabled for another month, because you're not going to be ready to open in another month anyway. Your HVAC's not going to be done by then.
I think there are
Well,
other
you know
members
what
of
I'm
the
saying,
board that would
please.
like to.
So I think.
That room's still open till 11.
Can I ask another question?
Charlie,
I-
could you
Go
yield
ahead.
for a minute, Charlie?
Yep.
Yes, Ms. Fox.
Is there a reason we can't test if the sound is working by keeping the 10 o'clock time and see, we can test the sound, whether he's open till 1 o'clock or not? Why can't we do the testing of this and keep the same deadline? We can do all the testing. Yes, Edwin?
10 o'clock for us.
I don't think you can test the sound at all. Unfortunately, I think what we're dealing with is if Anthony would like to play Frank Sinatra from 9 till 11, I think the neighbors are going to be okay with that. I suggest he just only play gangster rap at the Tower Hill. I don't think this whole group's going to say, hey, gee, that's a great idea. What we heard were complaints from 3 people, and every one of them said, I live in the entertainment district, but I don't like the noise that's in the entertainment district. Then that's probably not the best place to have moved, because it was the entertainment district. 2, I don't like the fact that he's not playing Frank Sinatra all day long. He's playing hard rock. That's what's, the people are attracted there. That business is booming because people are going to hear what they want. 3, the average age of the complainant is over 80. You know, it's probably not, you know, I guess if my mother's probably not going to be renting in the Weirs, I'm going to put her somewhere near the lake that she can enjoy. If I don't want to hear motorboats going by, I don't buy a lake house. If I don't want to hear race cars driving by my house, I don't buy a house next to the racetrack. You know, I'm sitting here listening and I'm going, we want to put restrictions on this guy and prohibit him from doing business because we have 3 complaints about my elderly people don't like the music. I moved there knowing it was the music district, but now I realize it's loud after 7 years. 3, we don't get along, so I'm not a fan of Anthony's. That does not seem like a fair thing that we're even considering punishing the applicant. The application on the table is, can I amend the application to stay open till 1? Not whether or not I should have electronic sound monitors installed. And I agree with Dean. You've got the Crazy Gringo, you got all these places, and we're sitting there going, we're going to blame it all on Anthony Santagate. That's who we're blaming tonight. We're going to put all the restrictions for the Weirs on Anthony, only Anthony. So if he straightens it out for everybody in the Weirs, then we'll let him have a permit. The other complaint we got is his outdoor stages. They're not on the table tonight. You know, I just keep looking at how we're discussing everything that's not on the table. You know, we ran into this when you know, Brady Sullivan wanted to build. And we all started talking about, well, gee, we don't like Brady Sullivan. It has nothing to do with what was on the table. You know, that's my concern tonight. You know, and then I'm hearing things such as, well, he didn't comply. Well, the city didn't make him comply. Again, not his fault. It's like me driving a car uninspected for 10 years. And then finally someone says you can't have a car because you didn't get caught. Sorry, we can put requirements in place, but I just think we're punishing the wrong guy. You know, shut down the Weirs. We shouldn't have Bike Week. We shouldn't even have boats on the water because it pollutes the water. You know, you can't punish Anthony for the entire noise problem at the Weirs. That's my concern, and that's what I keep hearing tonight.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. Are there any other members of the board that would like to be heard?
I'm not a member of the board, but
Well, then I would acknowledge you anyway.
I would humbly request that the board consider what Councilor Cheney said. I think that we could use a month to come up with the suggestions that he made. We can certainly work with the applicant. We can work with the sound engineer. If we need to get another person involved, we'll get another person involved. You know, because the work has not been finished, the soundproofing and everything else has not been finished. I was fully anticipating that we were going to table. That would be, I think, the ideal solution for tonight. But the other things that have been brought up tonight are, some of them are real and they are options for the board and or abutters. So I just, you know, you got to keep that in mind as well. But I think a month could be very useful for any number of reasons.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we table the application for 1 month.
There has been a motion to table made by Councilman Cheney. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And that was a second from Representative St. Clair. Discussion. I'd like to say something. If we table this, we tabled it last month so that Anthony could get more information back to us, and he did give us more information. And we also heard more information from the same abutters and their attorneys this evening. So I think everyone that is participating in this hearing tonight understands what the issues are. What if part of the motion included a request that the staff prepare something called a provisional approval, or a conditional approval that includes an expiration date of some sort, by which the applicant has to make a demonstration of A, B, C, D, and E, whatever it is. So that way, a month from now, he could be looking forward to a conditional approval at least, by which time we will have suggestions as to how to enforce it going forward. But it would also give us time until the spring to actually finalize those enforcement plans. It occurs to me that making enforcement dependent totally upon responding to complaints is not the way to go. That there had to be, or can be, some objective way of doing it that does not expend public funds, but also restores trust in this system by the neighbors. Because what we've heard consistently is they don't believe we're going to be able to follow through with enforcement. So I'd like to see the maker of the motion include a recommendation that the staff come back with an amended or some sort of a set of conditions, hopefully to which the applicant is in agreement, and then make every effort to provide us with all the necessary backup information.
I thought that was included by inference in my motion.
Boy, and I sure hope that the recording secretary didn't write all that down.
That poor woman is going nuts trying to
I
keep
know.
up with us.
Peter, Ed Bones again.
Hello, Ed. Yes, please.
My question becomes, you know, we're not in charge of enforcement, unfortunately. And I think we learned that, you know, it's sort of like the short-term rental. If someone doesn't get an application and rents, we're going to send them a letter telling them to stop. That's what they're going to get.
But I think
I don't know that it's going to be enforced.
Ed, what counsel for the abutters suggested was really the only means by which this board can enforce. It can revoke
Yes.
previously granted conditional approval.
Okay.
That's all we've got. I don't, and that's not the motion before us either, but I'm just saying that's our enforcement. Everything between that, in other words, if somebody wants us to enforce, they're gonna have to come before us and convince us that there's grounds to revoke the prior approval.
Okay.
And not do that by making a request at 4 o'clock in the afternoon via attorney letter.
Mm-hmm. No,
Okay,
fair enough, Pete. I'm with you there.
I think everybody needs a time to consider that. Yes, because that is our ultimate enforcement, but it occurs to me that what we're proposing and what is in the motion that's pending is a reasonable tack to take, that takes into consideration the abutters' concerns.
Yep.
Because that's really what this is really all about.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Well, sensing none, then I will ask for a roll call vote, please. Kalina?
Sure. Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biati,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Joel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bones,
No.
Peter
No.
Burnett. I got you. Peter Burnett
Yes.
and Brett Bellevue
Yes.
and Mike Delavecchia.
Thank you very much. The motion passes. The matter is laid upon the table until, what is the next meeting?
Remember,
The day after election,
Oh, God.
November
everybody will be in a great mood that day.
Wednesday. It'll be on a Wednesday instead of a Tuesday.
Correct.
All right. Thank you very much for your patience and everything. And we'll see you all very soon. Moving along on the public hearings on our docket this evening, number 9.1 is PL 2020-0077SP and 0078 CUP, a wetland conditional use permit. The property is located at 360 Court Street. It's a proposal to construct a 4-bay garage to house existing tractor trailer transport. And this matter, application was accepted by the board September 1st. And we will be needing a public hearing this evening. Can we hear first from the applicant? The applicant.
Yeah.
Good evening. Who is this masked man? You don't need the mask if folks are 6 feet away. Yes, sir.
Way to turn this up.
Someone check his audio, please.
Can't hear them.
Oh.
Very well.
Try one on and one off. I don't know if that works.
It's too loud. Right about there, probably. Good evening,
Good evening.
Mr. Chairman and Planning Board members. Steve Smith and Associates for the record. I'm here tonight representing George C. Stafford and Sons, 3360 Court Street. I'm here for site plan review and a conditional use permit for a activity within a wetland buffer. You have an existing conditions plan in your package for 360 Court Street. This is the facility that Stafford's used to house their transportation tractor trailers for delivering their fuels. It's tax map 467, 5423. There's a total land area of 2.92 acres. Has frontage of 216 feet. On Court Street, it's in two zones. The front portion of the property from just behind the very large, long garage storage building on the west side of the property. Just behind that is the urban commercial zone. It's urban commercial from there back to Court Street. And then to the behind that line is the residential single-family zone. We have a 50 by 200 foot garage / storage building on the west side of the boundary. And adjacent to that is a 16 by 30 foot storage building with some pavement in the front, gravel parking in the back, if you will. There are two wetlands on the site. There's a man-made wetland around the south and west sides of the garage storage building, the large building. So the west side would be the side towards the accountant, I think it's Bean, has his accountant office there. And the south would be the rear of the building. That's a man-made wetland, and that's been caused because of a failure of the drainage around the building. If you can see on the plan, there's a fairly sizable cut in the back there when they put that building in. There's under drain in the building. It goes out to a catch basin out on Court Street. That has been in failure for some time. I did have an opportunity to review a plan, a 1982 plan. I believe it was 1982. There were no wetlands around the building at the time. The wetland in the rear of the property was there. And then there's this naturally occurring wetland in the rear of the site, about center of the back portion of the property. Both wetlands were mapped by wetland scientists. The natural occurring wetland in the back will not be disturbed. There's a 50-foot buffer requirement. There's going to be roughly 150-foot buffer of all woodland area back there before you get to that wetland, so that will not be disturbed. I have been to the Conservation Commission. I've met on site with the Conservation Tech, Ashley, to review both wetlands. And I've been to the Conservation Commission under the requirements of a conditional use permit, reviewed that with their staff and members. I believe they unanimously supported my request, and you should have something in your records relative to that. The proposal, and just for a little bit of history, what happens is that large building in the front, that 50 by 200 foot building in the front is actually, there's a garage area in the very front portion of that with overhead doors. You can see that when you go by, and then there's storage in the rear. And what happens is when they come back to the site, they leave the trailers outside and they put the tractors within that garage area in the front. And they can't put the trailers in there because there's two elevation differences. The very front area is about 4 to 5 feet lower than the back 2/3 of the building. So they have to store the tankers themselves out in the parking lot. Our proposal is to remove that 16 by 30 storage building, and I think it may have been removed already, if I'm not mistaken. I thought they told me they got permission to do that, but anyways, the proposal is to remove that building and to construct a 4-bay garage to house both the tractors and the trailers. So they will both be inside. When I say inside, because of the type of tractor trailer it is, this building won't be completely enclosed. It'll be open on the sides. I think an elevation plan was given to the board, but to meet all the codes. So our proposal is to build the 4-bay garage in the rear of the site, pretty much in line with the existing larger building that's there on the west side of the property. Putting a drainage swale around that, draining out to the catch basin out on the street, repaving, providing the parking that's necessary for this use outside. And in the process of that, again, we'll be providing a 140-foot buffer to the natural occurring wetland. But the conditional use permit deals with the man-made wetland around the building. And it's my understanding, based on talking with Ashley, that they're proposing to change some regulations so that man-made wetlands, drainage ditches and those things, you won't have to have a buffer from them because they're man-made. You won't have to go through that process of a conditional use permit if that passes and they make that change in the regulation. I believe that I don't have any issues with the report from the planning staff, other than it says has requested one waiver for wetland mapping. We didn't request a waiver for the mapping. We had the wetlands mapped. What we didn't do, just to be clear, is that we didn't locate the very southern portion of the natural occurring wetland because it was way back behind. It didn't make any sense to spend the money to locate that. We provided that area that was closest to the building and showed that area of buffer and the distance from it. So that's the only thing we didn't do. So we concur with the staff's report. Don't have any issues with it. I believe it meets all the standards within your zoning. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Are there any questions for Steve Smith?
I have a question, Peter.
Sure.
Steve, your neighbor to the east is in the process of redeveloping that building as well for a new tenant. The request has been made to change the very front of your property where you're proposing some green space to either maintain the pavement that's there and the access that's there, or to maybe reconfigure that a little bit. Do you think that is something that your client might be agreeable to?
I believe the answer is no. I believe that my clients have met with Steve on this, that they agreed to give him an easement, I believe, for the underground electrical he wants to change there. But they have paid parking spaces on my client's property, and their access point is on my client's property. They believe that they need to use the site as being proposed, and that they need that area for the drainage in that green area, and that they don't want that pavement on their property, is the answer I got from them. And I went back to talk with them before coming to the board because I wasn't a part of the meetings, but I've been informed that I think they even met out on site with Steve. I didn't have any issue with leaving it. My client doesn't want it on the property.
Okay.
And feels that it will hinder their ability to use their property. Unfortunately.
Question that just occurs to me, the tanker trucks that's going to be stored in there, does the building require any specific construction standards, because it'll be potentially storing explosive or flammable material?
Yes, the building's been designed by Stewart Architects, and it'll meet the codes for the type of use that the building is going to be used for. And it'll have to be approved by the building official for a building permit also.
All right.
But
And this
I think
building
the
is-
answer to that, Peter, is yes. It's built to meet those standards.
And what was the landscaping going to be like? What's the view going to be like from Court Street?
Well, you're not going to look at a bunch of broken up pavement and gravel out there. It's going to be repaved. We are removing pavement on the easterly side of the property. We're putting a new pipe in there. We're putting drainage along that side and the street tree over there. But as it is now, the only way those tractor trailers can get in there, and as they do today and have been doing for many years now, is that they need that opening to come in there and turn and then back into the building.
What will be on the property in the footprint left by the demolished building?
The new building is basically going to be over that footprint.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, I guess I'm misreading the plan because I thought the existing building was on the west side of the property and the new building's going to be on the east corner.
Well, the 50 by 200 building is on the west side of the boundary. And the 16 by 30 concrete block building was on the east side of that building. And if you go back to the existing conditions plan, you'll see that building very close to the entrance. You can see that building.
Okay.
And that's basically where a portion of our new building is going.
All right, so the long steel building, is that going to be demolished or is that
No,
going to remain?
that's staying.
Okay, so you're taking out then the smaller building in between?
That's
Okay.
correct. Yep.
My mistake.
No. Well, sometimes there's too much information on a plan.
That's true.
One of the other things while we are there is that it's my understanding that there was an issue relative to the street tree we spec'd. We're not going to use that tree. We're using a maple. So.
All right, excellent. Then you can also get in the maple syrup business someday.
Well, no, this is a red maple, not a sugar maple.
Ah, too bad.
Sorry.
It's all right. Can't be perfect, Steve. All right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Smith, the applicant's rep? All right. Then I think at this point, we open the public hearing. Is there an abutter that would like to be heard on this issue? We're opening it at 9:22, Ms. Graham.
There's nobody,
Sorry, Rob.
there's nobody that has raised their hand to contribute to the meeting.
Anyone in the meeting room that wish to be heard? No? No one's raised their hand literally or virtually, apparently. Oh, someone's coming to the podium.
Hi, I'm Stephen Weeks. My wife and I own the abutting property at 348 Court Street.
Welcome.
I've come up with a proposal which I shared with Steve and with Curtis and Steve Laramie. We met there on September 24th. I think they're cutting themselves short. Yeah, it's not to my benefit. However, the tractor trailers that pull in to go into that yard go right across the green space they're proposing. They need that space to make their turns. The other thing is, in my opinion, where they making a substantial change to that property, that they should be adhering more to the requirements of the zoning code. One area is the access to the existing 50-foot wide building is 19 feet from the street. Thereby, trucks that go in and out of there end up going out into the traveled lane in order to back into the building, which is a safety hazard. The tractor trailers pull over partway in front of it also, facing the oncoming traffic right at the edge of the street. So if that area is cut down more narrowly, they're gonna have to go out into the street further. However, I do feel that 50-foot wide building, the entrances should be closed off on the street side, and that they should put entrances in from the parking lot they have, thereby not interfering with traffic. They've expressed that they're gonna be put in there a truck wash. So it means it's gonna be used even more than it is right now. So it's gonna mean vehicles backing in and out of there on a regular basis, which isn't a good, safe way to access the property or for the Court Street itself. Another plan that I gave Dean yesterday, because I showed it to him, put up cones where the proposed green area is. And while we were there, a tractor trailer pulled in and it went right across the property line where our two properties meet at the street. Now, we've owned the property since 1984. We began our occupancy there in 1991. And I can tell you, we've gone over that access area all that time. The parking we've used all that time. And it hasn't interfered with anything that they have to do. Now making that parking green space when it doesn't need to be, it's taking away from parking that's helpful for the property in the area. Also, then we have to utilize our entrance, which is 30 feet, where we currently have parking. So that takes away 6 parking spaces. Now, when I worked on the planning rewrite committees, the way that they were encouraging things be done was that abutting properties have easements between each other so that the customers can go between the two properties without having to go back out onto the street. We're not asking for complete access through. Well, I don't know if you've got that plan in front of you anyway, but it shows it going back to where the parking spaces are on the back. Also, I propose that they should be putting in a 40 or 50-foot island out in the middle. The tractor trailers come in one side and go back out that side or the other side. So an island could go there, which would be a delineation of this space from the street. If they allowed the mutual access, which we've been using for 29 or 30 years or maybe more, we could close off the 30 feet of access we do have to Court Street on that side, thereby creating more island space and separating the property from the street itself and the parking. And if they let that happen, when and if a lot is developed next door on the other side, we could create that access there and eliminate the one that's on 348. So thereby there would only be 3 access points and we would utilize it for the property at the corner of Durkee Street. So that wouldn't have an access either. So there could be a total of 6 access points right in that area on Court Street, which we could narrow down to 3 if Staffords would go along with it. It just makes for better traffic flow, better safety, and for higher valued properties as well. I'm not wild about a truck terminal being there, but it's been there for a number of years. It's not a good use in a commercial zone on the main drag of the city at the entrance of Laconia. It should be a retail, commercial, or office space situation. That adds to the value and also the amount of business done in the area versus a truck terminal. It really should be an industrial park. So that's my proposal. I'd like to see it happen. I don't know, Dean, if you can share with them through electronic data, the plans that I gave them. I also gave Dean aerial photos from back when Staffords bought it in '82. And it shows another building on the property. And then it shows the other aerials, so the building off the property. And it shows how many trees there are behind the property. So I'm not really happy with street trees at all. because they do block the view of properties where businesses are. And as you probably noticed, I have a sign out front with an EMC, and that sign costs $120,000. The street tree that's being proposed is gonna end up blocking it. That doesn't help me at all. It doesn't help the community at all either. So I think the idea of having street trees on commercial properties takes away from the commercial value and for the tenants' value of the exposure that they need. I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Are there any questions for Mr. Weeks?
Is that the accounting office property or the real estate company? I'm confused.
The real estate office.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Weeks?
I'm a little bit lost of what Mr. Weeks is asking for.
Okay, who's lost? I'll help you find it.
What, like where it says proposed street tree? Is that where you want the island?
Removed. No, the island would be basically about the middle when you look from the proposed garage building out to the street. And also blocking, putting green space in front of the building that's the existing building.
So a question for you. If I understand what Mr. Smith is saying correctly, the parking spaces that you're losing are on the applicants, on the Stafford land. Is that correct?
Correct. I've asked them for an easement.
No, I mean, but if this was granted, those parking spaces are currently on the abutters land, right?
Yes.
And the green space that you're talking about is totally within the abutters land.
Yes.
At this time? Okay. And your point about the street tree is that its placement will block the view of your sign and possibly make it difficult for people to exit your establishment.
I could for visibility, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because that portion of it is not green space, but is going to be converted from a parking area to green space, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weeks. Are there any other questions for Mr. Weeks? All right.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Sinclair.
I want to be clear about this, Mr. Weeks. So you've had access to these 6 parking spots or something for a number of spots for how many years?
Over 30 years. See, it was all one open space from the time before Stafford's bought it in '82. There weren't any islands here except when the gentleman that built the building I own, which was an electrical supply store, he put in a partial island.
Okay, so I guess my question would be, was there a written agreement between you and
No,
Stafford?
no.
And who plows it in the winter and who maintains it?
Oh, we've plowed it.
You plowed it?
Yeah.
Stafford's didn't plow it.
No, they plow their portion. We plow ours. Well, we plowed that area too.
That area too.
And over the last 20 years, I've tried to get them to pave their parking lot so it looked decent, and it worked well. So when I had mine paved last fall, I paved that area just so it looked better and it wasn't eroding and so forth. It also is naturally sloped, so it doesn't need to be removed. And what bothers me is being removed and just used for green space is just a complete waste. They're still gonna have, where the parking is beside it, there's still gonna be 10 feet of green space. I just wanted to work out an easement so we could, and a mutual easement on the access, and they could go through our property as well, but they said they don't need to do that. Well, that's fine. School buses turn around there and go through my parking lot and their parking lot. And state vehicles do, and snow plows, and even city vehicles do. However, I think if they're doing a major change, which is going to be there for a long, long period of time, that, you know, there need to be some more island space, plus the safety at the end of their building needs to be terminated, so it comes in to their actual parking lot side versus going out into the street.
I guess I'm just really, I hate to use the word astounded, but that it must have cost you a sizable amount of money to pave those spots.
Well,
That's
pave
why-
it and plow it and everything.
But you did that with their, obviously their knowledge, their permission.
Well, never asked for permission. They had the knowledge, they knew.
It's an interesting concept.
Well, you have to understand, we grew up in the same neighborhood.
Right, so it's kind of like a gentleman's agreement.
You know, like we knew each other, you know, we went to school together.
Well, I'm looking for, I know Steve was shaking his head at a few comments you made, so I'll be waiting to hear some clarification on, I think it was with regards to the truck wash or something like that, so.
Well, even without the truck wash, I feel that the access should be through the side of the building, not that end of the building.
I understand.
Okay. Thank you, Representative St. Clair. Any other questions for Mr. Weeks? All
Not
right.
now, it's left.
Okay, so are there any other abutters that wish to be heard? Are there any other abutters in the room or on Zoom waiting to be heard? Sensing none, I guess we'll, before we close the public hearing, I'd like to hear from, no, we'll close the public hearing and then we'll hear from staff and then Steve can.
Can I respond, Peter, before you close, please?
Certainly may.
I'd like to respond to several of the comments. Number one, there is no truck wash going there. We have just designed a new truck wash at their current site, just down the street. So there's no need to have a truck wash here. Number two, the whole idea of putting the building there is so the tractor trailers don't have to go into that building in that area. There's no island there because the tractor trailer trucks cannot get in there with an island. And this is a use that's happened now for a long time. It's there, it's going to stay there. The building's going to stay there. They were trying to make an improvement for themselves to take care of their vehicles, plus a safety improvement in getting vehicles inside and not having to back them up and then take the tractor trailers and back around and go into the building that's on the westerly side of the property. I think there's three garage doors there. They're not intending on removing those. They intend on using that facility, but they won't be putting their tractor trailers in there. The green space itself, yes, he paved the property, told me he paved it without permission. I don't know when he paved it, but the point is that it's on my client's property. My client doesn't want the pavement there.
Right.
They want the green space. That's where the drainage is going. And it would be, this is not a forum to dispute how long the pavement's been there, how much use he's had. If he wants to take an adverse possession case, then he'll have to take it to court and it'll have to be litigated. It just doesn't automatically happen. So as I said, my clients met with Steve. They did meet out on site. I brought it to him early on for Steve and told him what he wanted to do. I said I didn't have any real problem with what he wanted to do. It's up to them. They own the property. They do not want to do that. They don't want to have that use there any longer. They want that green space. They've confirmed to me that they can get their tractor trailers in there. I believe they can. They have to have the same maneuver. They have to pull in front of the garage on the west to back it in, but that's an existing condition that exists today. They're trying to clean it up. They're trying to get their vehicles inside, pave the property, make it look better. I believe they meet the standards in the zoning and they've made their decision that that's what they want to do. I can't change that here tonight. I can't offer to leave that pavement or do anything. That's what they authorized me to do in the design. So with that, I'll give it back to the board or answer any questions you'd like me to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Smith before we close the public hearing? All right, sensing none, then we'll close the public hearing at 9:40 PM and we'll hear from the staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It has been pointed out, there is no need for the waiver on the wetland mapping, so you can just cross that section off of the compliance review. Concerning the street tree location, we can work with the applicant to move that a little bit away from the street so that it's not blocking the view of the adjacent business location and sign. That's easy enough to do. Waterworks has a couple of conditions for their connections, and the Conservation Commission is just asking, as Mr. Smith had noted, not to use an ash tree, that's ASH, ash tree, and to do something else, and they've indicated they're going to do a red maple, which is fine. The rest of the staff recommendations are standard conditions that we have for construction, et cetera.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Sensing none, what is the pleasure of the board? Yes, Mr. St. Clair. Or were you just saying hi? Didn't you just wave, Charlie? No? Okay, we can just sit here or someone can make a motion.
Pete, Ed Bonas.
Hi, Ed.
I'd make a motion that we approve application PL 2020-0077 SP and 0078 to include the conditions recommended by staff, 1 through, what do we got? 1 through 2, based on what I can see here. And allow the applicant to do what he needs to do.
All right, a motion to basically accept the
Application is presented.
to approve the application as presented with the staff recommendations as presented.
Correct.
Correct. Is there a second to that motion?
Rich McNeil, I'll second that.
Mr. McNeil has seconded this motion. Would the board care for any further discussion regarding the merits of the motion? Sensing none, then I would ask Ms. Graham to call the roll, please.
Mr. Chair, can you repeat what we're voting on, because I've lost audio. Sorry.
Can't hear Charlie, he's muted.
Of course.
We're calling the roll, Mr. St. Clair.
Yes, but I didn't hear what we're voting on because my audio was down, which has been fixed.
Motion pending is to approve the application as presented with the recommendations contained in the staff report, the staff recommendations that were in the report as submitted to the board.
Thank you.
So, any discussion? Then may we please have a call of the roll?
Bruce Genie,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Triati,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Jonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bellevue,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I believe you have a couple of others coming up. So we'll hear from you in a minute. Let's go back to this. Okay, our next item is PL 2020-0079 SP 0080 CUP. 63 Blaisdell Ave. Irwin Marine Boat Storage. It's a proposal to construct a driveway, stormwater, and wetlands mitigation for a future building in Guilford. It was accepted. The application was accepted on September 1st. We're here for a public hearing this evening. If I recall,
I just plug these in.
this is basically most of the site work for a building that's going to be constructed within the outside the jurisdiction of the city of Laconia. So shall we begin with the applicant?
Give him just a minute.
Okay.
Gotta turn that off. We had to swap tablets at the podium because of battery issues.
Battery issue. See, we should
I'm
go
here.
solar. There's plenty of room on the roof of that building, man.
Hi, this is Nick Schedule. I'm representing the applicant, Irwin Marine.
Good to
I
see
am
you,
a
Mr.
professional engineer with DuBois and King. This proposal is for a boat storage yard in both Guilford and the boat storage is all in Guilford. In Laconia, we're going to be doing a stormwater management facility and wetland restoration work. I'll say that this application has been before this board and been approved previously. It was not constructed due to economics and different priorities for the business. We did request one extension and were granted that extension, and then subsequent requests are not allowed in the town of Guilford. So we basically come back with the same application again. The project includes 230,000 square feet of boat storage yard in the town of Guilford. And it includes wetland impacts which require mitigation on site. So there are wetland filling of wetlands to the tune of 24,065 square feet. And there'll be wetland restoration work as well as wetland enhancement work, which includes stream restoration work on one of the tributaries to Black Brook. Restoration work involves some of the historic activities that have taken place on the site, which were related to timber milling and accumulation of sawdust piles adjacent to the wetlands. And so our project to restore those areas is to remove the sawdust that's remaining, and then to reestablish wetland soils and vegetation. The enhancement work will include stream restoration work, improvements to the stream for erosion, and including installation of log step pools and other best management practices to prevent any kind of stream erosion in the future. And then we're here for a conditional use permit for wetland buffer impacts of 34,810 square feet. And those impacts are related to the stormwater management facility that's required in order to maintain pre-existing flows on the site. So we won't increase any flow from the site as a result of the development. We're going to be storing stormwater in a retention pond, and then that travels through a filter media of gravel subsurface, and then is released at the same point as where runoff from the site currently goes. So we are going to extend utilities to the site, including water, sewer, and gas, and underground electric. So we're requesting a site plan approval and a conditional use permit for the wetland buffer impacts. That's all. I can answer questions, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Schedule. Any questions for Mr. Schedule this evening? I just have one. Where are the the existing sawdust piles? Where are they in relation to the site that we are that's within our jurisdiction? Are they in Laconia?
Yes, they are.
How
Um,
big are they? I remember them from years ago.
They're pretty much at grade. At one point, we'd been told that they were piled 20 to 30 feet in the air. For the most part, it's a level site. There isn't any vegetation growing in that media just due to the lack of nutrients and correct growing atmosphere for vegetation. So we're going to be removing that, amending the soil so that it's a wetland-based soil and supporting wetland vegetation in order to create wetlands on the site. And so if you look at the wetland impact plan, which is sheet 4, W1, that will show W1, it should be up further. Yeah, it's got the red hatching that shows, it's the 4th sheet. Yeah. So that shows the grading area where there are contour labels. That's the stormwater detention pond and treatment. And then there to the west of that, you can see a serpentine grading area. And there's a note which identifies that as an enhanced wetland area east, 20,000 square feet. That's stream restoration work. Adjacent to that, there's a wetland restoration area east 1. That's some of the sawdust pile. And then on the western side of the stream restoration work, there's a additional restoration area, which is identified as West 1 and is the 24,680 square feet.
Wow. So that sawdust that you're going to haul away, that's basically at this point just sterile cellulose and
correct.
Doesn't have any, doesn't have to be treated as a hazardous waste or anything.
No.
Does it have any agricultural use or anything?
It may. We have a wetland scientist who's offered to try and market it. There may be some use within.
There you go.
To amend soil, so like it can create certain characteristics of soil that allow more airflow through it. I think so.
Yeah.
To the extent that they're going to be able to utilize that soil on site, they will, and then it'll be removed off site and properly disposed of or incorporated into fill on another project.
That's what I was asking, was whether it had some perhaps on-site value too. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Schedule. Is there any other questions? All right. There are no questions for the applicant at this point. So I will open the public hearing at 9:53 p.m. That's Eastern Daylight Time, folks. Are there any members of the public or abutters that wish to be heard?
Anybody from the public wish to speak? There's nobody online or in person that wishes to speak for the application.
Thank you very much. I will then close the public hearing at 9:54 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. What is the staff recommendation here?
While it's true that the money part of this project is in Guilford and the clean up the mess part is in Laconia. I mean, it is what it is. The upland happens to be in Guilford and the stormwater areas and the current wetlands are all in Laconia. So this is what happens. However, I want to point out that this area that is being reconstructed and enhanced as part of this project is directly adjacent to Black Brook. Black Brook has been determined to be very important for the city of Laconia in that its outlet is very close to our public water supply intake. So it's very important that we keep this brook clean. It is clean now, and we believe that the proposal for this will only enhance the water that's coming out of Black Brook. So there are a number of recommendations here that are related to DES approvals and alteration of terrain. You can go through those. But there's nothing here that raises any red flags from our standpoint.
But it occurs to me that this is an example of how over time development can actually improve an ecosystem, because Black Brook is a major tributary to Lake Winnipesaukee, and it's a long period of industrial use questioned its quality. It also runs right behind McDonald's. It's I think it's vital that this project continue to work on cleaning up that area and make it's actually end up being more natural than it's been in probably anyone's lifetime who's currently alive. So, all right, thank you, staff. Are there any questions for Mr. Trevethan?
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there something in place where all of the structures for stormwater management, if they don't function as they should, and the water in Black Brook is actually affected negatively because of this, is there some recourse that we can take against the Guilford side of the project where they have to make amendments to correct the problems that are created?
In general, yes. We have DES involved with this. If there were something that would come out of this that was not working correctly or wasn't constructed correctly, we would be aiming very heavily on DES to make it right. But we always have the option of legal recourse if that's what we have to do.
And obviously the state would be involved because they monitor the water quality in Paugus, as does the city public works.
Yeah, we actually do a number of readings throughout Paugus Bay and Black Brook. We go up into Black Brook, basically behind McDonald's, and do water sampling there as well to make sure that the brook is healthy. And there are other brooks as well. But yes, they're very heavily involved in maintaining the water quality.
And the the conditions would include site stabilization during the construction period to prevent turbidity increase and things of that sort.
Yes, they have a very extensive erosion control plan, which will be monitored on a regular basis.
Okay. I don't suppose conservation weighed in on this one, or did they?
Yes, they have. They went to conservation a couple of months ago. They had also been to conservation 2.5 years ago when they originally proposed this. Conservation Commission is very happy with the improvements that are going to be made in this section of Black Brook.
All right. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? Well, I guess then it's the board's pleasure. The question is to whether to approve this application. And the chair would entertain a motion.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I make a motion that we approve PL 2020-0079 SP and 0080 CUP for 63 Blaisdell Irwin Marine with the staff recommendation.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second that.
There's the second from the chief.
Yep.
Any questions? Any discussion on the motion? Well, sensing none, then I should call for a roll call vote.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biotti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bellevue,
Yes.
and Mike Delavecchia.
Yes.
Well, so the motion passes with staff recommendations, and we thank you all for your attendance to the
Okay,
matter.
thank you.
Moving along, 9.3. PL 2020-0089 CUP wetland. It's 126 Clinton Street. It's a proposal to install a 20-inch water line from water treatment plant to the intersection of Clinton and Prospect Street in the 50-foot wetland buffer. And we need to start with acceptance. So I will ask Mr. Trefethan, is this application in order and ready for acceptance this evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a motion to accept this application so that we may further deliberate?
Ed Bonas, I make a motion that we accept the application.
Motion to
I'll
accept the,
go ahead and second that.
and it's second by Mr. Bellevue. Is there any discussion on the motion? Sensing none, we would ask therefore for a roll call vote, please, Ms. Graham.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biotti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel
He's
Fox,
frozen.
Yes.
We'll come back to him when he thaws out.
Edwin Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Anyone else frozen? Yeah. That was me, I guess. My internet connection is unstable, it said.
so are you good?
Yeah, yes. The last thing I heard was you called on the chief and then everyone froze except me.
Oh, okay. So you were next.
Yes, well, then I would vote yes.
Brett Bellevue
Yes.
and Mike Delavecchia.
Yes.
Well, then I believe, to the best of my technological knowledge, the matter was passed unanimously. Thank you. Okay. We will hear from the applicant at this time.
Very good. Mr. Chairman and planning board members, I'm Luke Powell with Powell Asset Mapping. I'm representing the Laconia Water Department. And this is for a conditional use permit for work within a 50-foot wetland buffer. The Water Department and the DPW are coordinating efforts to do some infrastructure improvements in South Lakeport. This includes water main, sewer main, and some stormwater infrastructure improvements, mostly replacements, and the reconstruction of the southern end of Mechanic Street. This particular project that we're coming before you on, though, is construction of a redundant 20-inch water main from the treatment plant up on Stark Street down to cross country, down to the intersection of Prospect and Clinton Street. And the redundant water main is to improve network reliability against mechanical or hydraulic failure. It's just a good waterworks practice. And I see Ben at the podium, and this will really enable Ben to sleep better at night.
Okay, so I'm looking at a plan. Can you tell us where this water line begins and where it enters Clinton Street? I guess I'm having a hard time. Is it going?
Okay, very good.
Is it going through the woods at the top of Valley Street Hill?
Correct. At the upper right portion of the plan before you is the, and actually you see a heavy bold line. That's the proposed 20-inch water main. If you look a little bit below that, there's a line thinner, and it has W on it in different places on the line. That's the existing 20-inch main. So the bold line is the proposed 20-inch main. And I did a wetland delineation in that area and found that there was a way to avoid a wetland impact if the water department could negotiate an easement to go through the property at 122 Clinton. And they were successful in doing so. But we avoid a wetland impact, but we do have a wetland buffer impact. So that's what we're before you with.
Understood. And what streets would be excavated in order to do this?
Oh, just for this redundant water main, there's just a little bit of construction at the intersection of Clinton and Prospect. Most of this, though, is all on cross country on private property.
Okay, that's what I thought. There used to be a line that ran from the old reservoir right straight across that ridge to Lafayette, if I'm not mistaken. There was a water tower down there. Is that the same corridor we're talking about?
I'm not familiar with that one, Peter.
You don't go that far back?
I don't go that far back.
Okay, sorry. All right. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, sensing none, then I'm going to open the public hearing now at 10:07 p.m. Are there any abutters present or on Zoom that would like to be heard?
There's nobody from the public or online that has notified us that they wish to speak.
All right, thank you very much. Geez, I almost hit the leave button. I must be getting tired here. All right, I will close the public hearing then at 10:07 p.m. What is the staff's recommendation for us on this one?
Staff is recommending approval of this CUP. Conservation Commission reviewed this proposal. It is important to note that a significant portion of the area that the new pipeline will be going through is already currently completely graded and is maintained lawn. So it's not, I mean, it is in the wetland buffer, but it is not, you know, cat o' nine tails or bushes or anything like that. It's the people's lawn at 126 Clinton Street. They've maintained it for many years as that way. So the buffer is where they'll be putting the pipe is they'll be digging up lawn and then restoring the lawn when they're done. We have no issues with the proposal at all, and our recommendations are rather short as our recommendations go.
All right, thank you, Dean. What are the criteria that the planning board is supposed to apply when they approve a request to encroach upon a buffer? Is there a specific set of criteria that, or findings, or something that we're supposed to make?
No, you know, you're going to take it one case at a time, and does it make sense for what's being asked for by the applicant? I mean, in this case, there's already a water line there, and where they're putting the new water line, they went out of their way to stay out of the actual wetland, to their credit, and it would be a kind of a different situation, I think, for Conservation Commission if the buffer area here was in a natural state, but that's not the case. It hasn't been a natural state for many, many years. So, you know, it's really what you think is best type situation.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions for staff? Excuse me. All right then, so what would the pleasure of the board be on this matter?
Okay, after spending a few months in the desert, I'm all for redundancy in water supply. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve PL 2020-0089 CUP for the new water main line out 126 Clinton Street.
Thank you, Mr. Bellevue. I guess we know where you get your dry sense of humor.
I'll second.
Second to Mr. Bellevue's excellent motion.
I'll second.
Who was it?
Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Jenna. Is there any discussion on this motion? Sensing none, then I will turn this over to Ms. Graham for yet another roll call.
Bruce James,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Piatti,
Yes.
Reggie McNeil,
Yes.
Joel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bellevue,
Yes.
Mike Delvecchio.
Yes.
All right, then, the motion carries. The
Thank you.
application has been approved. Thank you, Godspeed, and may the water never stop flowing. All right, we have now on part 10 of tonight's agenda, which I foolishly said, no problem, this one will go right through. We have three matters for public acceptance, for application acceptance. The first is PL 2020-0085 SP and 0086 SU. The property is located at 375 Endicott Street North, 41 Skippers Court, and 144 to 242. Peter, thank you for that. Proposal for site improvements and a boundary line adjustment. And there are waivers requested for outdoor lighting, landscaping, stormwater, and drainage. Well, now, I guess I would start with the staff's recommendation as far as application acceptance. Is it in order and ready to be accepted?
It is.
Right? It seems like we have a number of things that will have to be scheduled. Are there any questions about this from the board? All right, sensing none then. What is the board's pleasure about accepting this application? I'm sorry, there is no applicant here present. No, I didn't.
Correct.
For any of these three. Okay. What is the board's pleasure? Shall we or shall we not accept this application for 375 Endicott Street North et al.?
Yeah, it's Kirk. I'll make a motion to accept the application, PL 2020-0085 SP and 0086 SU 375 Endicott Street North.
Motion made by Chief Piatti. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Sensing none, we would ask once again for a roll call vote. On
Bruce
the
James,
by the chair.
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Piatti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Joel Fox,
Yes.
Ed Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bellevue,
Yes.
and Mike Delvecchio.
Was that a yes, Michael?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously. It's been accepted. Thank you very much. Moving right along to 10.2, PL 2020-0088 SP and 0076 CUP. Alt parking, 348 Court Street, proposal to add paving, stormwater treatment. This is application acceptance only this evening. Is the staff satisfied that we have an application that is complete and ready for our acceptance?
It is ready, yes.
right. Any questions for staff regarding that?
Dean, is this the other side of that building towards the going east as opposed to west that we just talked about a few minutes ago?
That is correct, yes. So there's two applications here for adjacent properties and two different proposals, which we'll get into at next month's meeting. But yeah, this is the next building down, or next building closer to town, however we want to look at it.
Okay, a lot of commercial activity in the city right now. All right, so what is the board's pleasure?
Ed Bonas, I make a motion that we accept the application as provided, PL 2020-0088 SP, comma 0076 CUP only parking for 348 Court Street.
Motion by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second from the chief. Is there any discussion? Sensing none, we would ask once again, Kalina, to call the roll.
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biotti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Joel Fox,
Yes.
Ed Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
Yes.
Brett Bello,
Yes.
Mike Delavecchio.
Yes.
All right, well, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. The matter's been accepted and will be scheduled for a public hearing in the future. 10.3 PL 2020-0087 SP 0076 CUP. Again, all parking, same thing, different address, 340 Court Street. And it's a proposal to add paving, stormwater treatment. This is acceptance only, not a public hearing. Staff recommendation as to whether the application is in the proper order for acceptance.
Ready to go.
It is ready to go. We have it on good authority that it is. Therefore, are there any questions for staff about this determination? Sensing none, what is the pleasure of the board?
I move that we accept the application for PL 2020-0087 SP and 0076 CUP for 340 Court Street.
Motion has been
Second.
made by Mr. Bobo, seconded by
Me.
Mr. Charlie.
Charlie.
Because Mr. Charlie told me so. Okay. Is there, I'm sorry, any discussion on the motion, the pending? Sensing none, then I will once again ask Kalina to read the roll. If she,
Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie St. Clair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Kirk Biotti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Joel Fox,
Yes.
Ed Bonas,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
yes.
Brett Bello,
Yes.
and Mike Delavecchio.
I can't hear Mike.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much for getting through that rather lengthy agenda. I wonder what our ratings are on YouTube. Has anyone ever checked? Anyway, new business. No new business before us. Any old business? I don't see any on the agenda.
Yes, I have one for you.
You have an old business. All right.
Well, I wasn't sure where to bring this up, but anyway. Mike Delvecchio was appointed to the zoning board 3 years ago, I guess it was now, and is up for reappointment, or his term is up for reappointment. Under state law, one member of the planning board can also be a member of the zoning board. When Mike became aware of that a few years ago, he volunteered to be that person and put his application in. Under the state law, there is no requirement that the planning board is approving of that appointment or whatever. It's just stating that a person who is on the planning board can also be on the zoning board from a standpoint of, it's satisfying a volunteer quota issue that a lot of communities have. However, I know that a while ago, and I don't remember exactly how long ago it was, but I'm going to say it was a year or a year and a half ago. The issue was raised to me of, well, how did this happen and how did this come about? So I wanted to bring the issue up to the board that's how it came about. And while and Mike is willing to re-up for another 3 years, but I wanted to bring it to the board's attention in case there was some disagreement about how this came about or should come about, or whether you want to have a different kind of input to this.
I think he should be commended for willing to serve on more than one board or commission for the city. And there's no requirement, is there, that there be like an adjunct or any? And it's just
No, there's no requirement. There's no requirement for
more than one, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anybody that wants to replace him as on the ZBA? I didn't think so.
Yes, the reappointment does require council approval. He will be on the agenda for.
Okay, so I don't have any objection as chair. Does any member of the planning board have any objection to Mr. Delvecchia again extending his public service by serving on the zoning board of adjustment as well?
Mr. Chairman, I have no objection at all. I would ask that the board consider a motion to recommend him to the council, and I'll make that motion.
Well, who am I to question the motion of a city councilor?
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a bunch of seconds.
Okay.
Do we really need to put this to the vote? Or can we just say that by acclamation?
You could do it by acclamation, yeah.
Let's just say that by acclamation, Michael has been commended for his years of service on both boards, and we are happy to see him continue. And we thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay. Is there any other old business? Okay. Was that a yes or a?
That's a no.
That was a no. All right. Liaison reports, Lakes Region Planning Commission. They met last Monday, I believe. I was on another meeting and I couldn't attend.
They did, and they spoke about short-term rentals, and
Unmute.
thank you, Dean. They did, they spoke about accessory dwelling units, and they brought up that next month they're going to be talking about short-term lodging. And I volunteered us as a community to be the guidance for that, as we are one of the only communities in the state that have put forth such regulations. So I provided the commission with all of our regulations and our applications so they could use it as a template perhaps for their presentation this next month.
I have a question, Rob. Is the LRPC working at all on a regional plan to address the current shortage of residential housing in Laconia and the surrounding towns?
I believe that was one of the guiding, the leading factors is what brought them to the ADU. Is a lot of other communities are more stringent in ADUs than we are. They're still following the RSAs, and some haven't actually even adopted anything in their zoning ordinance. One community doesn't even have a zoning ordinance to adopt it, and they were looking at it as a way of increasing density without increasing density, which obviously here in Laconia we've taken a little bit of a different approach. But no, I guess yes and no. They looked at it as a way of increasing density without doing that.
Would they consider homelessness a regional planning issue?
That's a good question, and I will have to approach that with the commission.
All right, thank you. Conservation, anyone's here? No, I guess not. City Council, Councilman Cheney. Anything we should know about that's going on with the big guys in the room?
I'm not aware of anything.
Okay. I have just one thing I will put in here. Several days ago, I was appointed by the mayor to the homelessness task force. And I accepted his appointment, provided that he seek involvement by all the other towns in the county. My point being that homelessness is a regional and a county-wide problem, and that Laconia's population increases in large part because we are the only municipality in the county that has the density and availability of services that are necessary to support their community. So I'm looking forward to that. He's trying to schedule the first meeting of the homeless task force. And we'll keep you posted on that. And the reason I do is that I walked the Riverwalk. We had we are going to have a presentation from the CIP coming up. The Capital Improvements Plan Committee did meet last week. We had our organizational meeting, and those presentations are going to begin week after next, is it? Or next
This Thursday.
Yes, indeed.
This Thursday and next Thursday.
Well, this Thursday, thank you for that reminder. But the reason I walked down the Riverwalk is that to see why it had to be rebuilt. There are tree roots that are basically tearing that sidewalk apart. But as I walked behind City Hall, I noticed a urinal back there, a porta potty, and I realized that is the public accommodation for our homeless population downtown, and who have been quite visible this summer because they've spent an awful lot of time in Rotary Park. I'm not sure what the population is. It fluctuates a great deal. This year, they were a lot more visible, and I think that's what led to the creation of the task force. And I'm honored that the mayor asked me to serve on it, but I think we should all be aware, and I will maybe ask in the future that there be a liaison report from that task force on here, and I'll keep you guys informed. Okay? Is there any other business that could come before this august body this evening? Somebody waved. What? Was that you, Jewel? All right. Charlie, you keep putting your hand in front of the mic and you're written. There's some phone number on your hand or something. No. All right. Well, then there's only one more motion to make. Charlie,
Motion to adjourn.
Oh,
motion to adjourn. I heard that.
wait.
Wait, said Charlie. I'm not hearing his mic. He broke it again. Charlie, stop breaking the equipment.
There we go. Try now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was just saying, I just wanted to make a quick report on the historical overlay.
Oh, sorry.
It wasn't on the agenda here, but we had, again, an organizational meeting. Tara was nominated and elected to be chair. And the gentleman, help me here, guys, Carl Rice was elected to be vice chair. And we're going to be meeting, I believe, the last Tuesday of every month. That's it.
All right. Thank you for that. Any other further business, monkey business, whatever? All right. I want to thank you all for your service. You guys do a great job. It certainly makes everything go a lot smoother. And with that, I heard a motion to adjourn, and I know I heard a second. And I'm going to ask Kalina to do one final roll call. How's that?
Sure. Bruce Cheney,
Yes.
Charlie Sinclair,
Yes.
Sarah Jenna,
Yes.
Craig Biatti,
Yes.
Rich McNeil,
Yes.
Jewel Fox,
Yes.
Edwin Bones,
Yes.
Peter Burnett,
No.
Brett Bellavue,
Yes.
Mike Delavecchia.
Yes.
Motion carries, 1 dissenter. Have a great week, everybody. Thank you for your service. We'll see you soon.